easier to transport, let's say $1 million worth of diamonds than $1 million worth of candy bars, the biggest logistical hurdle in theft is often not transportation or even the heist itself, but finding a way to transform whatever was stolen into cold, hard, untraceable cash. No matter what part of the world you live in, we're all part of the global economy. But of course, there's also a shadow economy operating right underneath the legitimate one, the black market. When we think about the black market, we think of it as an incredibly dangerous, sketchy world of trafficking people, organs, narcotics, etc. Essentially, a marketplace for bad guys selling bad goods. We never think of it for menial, everyday items like food. But if you think about it a bit harder, food is actually the perfect stolen commodity. If you steal a truck full of iPhones, every single one of those phones has a serial number. The moment someone turns it on and connects to a network, Apple knows where it is. If you steal a truck full of designer handbags, they are highly distinctive. No legitimate store can sell them without raising suspicions. But food is everywhere. It always looks the same. It's a totally anonymous and untrackable product. A stolen Kit Kat bar looks exactly like a legally purchased Kit Kat bar. It has no serial number. It has no tracking chip. Now, Nestle has since clarified that these stolen Formula One bars could be identified by their batch codes, but a batch code only tells you when and where it was made. It doesn't transmit a GPS signal. But beyond being hard to track, there's a more fundamental trait to food that makes it such a perfect thing for thieves to steal. Food is consumed. The evidence literally disappears. By the time an investigator traces a stolen shipment of chocolate to a variety of market stalls or discount retailers, the product has already been eaten. The contraband has been digested. There's next to no proof that anything even happened, and no way to trace it to the criminal who stole it. And that's because the infrastructure to move it is already established at a huge scale. Organized retail crime groups don't steal 12 tons of chocolate and then try to sell it out of the trunk of a car. That would be absurd. They sell it to a very unique shadow economy that's not quite as hidden or, disturbing as the black market. So, they call it the gray market. The gray market is the vast network of discount stores, independent corner shops, market stalls, and online resellers that operate just outside the strict supply chains of major supermarkets. These vendors are always looking for cheap inventory. If a broker approaches them offering a pallet of Formula One Kit Kats at a 40% discount, they buy it. They don't ask questions, they just put it on the shelf and enjoy the extra profit. But for the criminals who have to get those pallets, it's a little more complicated. When they're not doing a more conventional heist, like the one we just saw recently with the Kit Kats, those criminals often set up fake logistics companies with legitimate-looking websites and forged insurance documents. They bid on loads from legitimate freight brokers, win the contract, and then either steal the cargo themselves or subcontract it to an actual driver who's none the wiser, redirecting the delivery to a shadow warehouse. By the time the original shipper realizes the cargo is missing, the fake supply company has vanished, and the goods are already being broken down into smaller pallets for resale. This is how food moves through the gray market. It doesn't look like a drug deal in an alleyway the way we think of the black market. This is a lot more mundane. It's more like a guy in a high-vis vest dropping off a pallet of chocolate at the back door of a discount supermarket. It's completely normalized. So normalized that it's most likely happening right in front of your very eyes. But the gray market isn't just about corner shops and market stalls. Stolen food products increasingly surface on online marketplaces, the kind of platforms where a third-party seller can list discounted chocolate bars with no questions asked. The product or listing might look legitimate or professional, and you, the buyer, who just thinks you're getting a good deal, have absolutely no idea that you're buying stolen goods. Nestle acknowledged this directly when they confirmed that the
Right, I imagined for a moment a situation in which I requisition a vessel with food. What would I say to the person who will unfortunately have to be left in the dust? I'm not so sure. But I would like them to keep their personal possessions. Because that's
The Great Kit Kat heist
my
actually
idea.
happened and wasn't just a marketing hoax. They warned that the stolen bars may appear through unofficial or gray market sales channels and urged anyone who encountered them to contact the company. Of course, they're being very optimistic if they think someone will report a discounted chocolate bar. But this is a company that has clearly thought very carefully about exactly how stolen food moves through the market, because they've seen it before, and because they know that once the product enters the gray market, the chances of recovering it are essentially zero. You can't unsell a chocolate bar. So, who did it? Who stole 12 tons of Kit Kats? That is a question that Italian investigators are now trying to answer. And the honest answer, as of recording this, is that nobody knows. No arrests have been made, no suspects have been publicly named, the truck has not been found. But obviously, this is not the work of amateurs. And if we look back at other similar crimes in Italy, we can at least get a good idea of the type of people capable of pulling something like this off. In 2014, a transport hub near Lodi in northern Italy was hit by a massive cargo theft. The thieves made off with approximately 175 tons of Lindt chocolate. That is more than 14 times the size of the Kit Kat heist. But when Italian prosecutors finally cracked the case, they didn't find a group of opportunistic truck hijackers. They found a highly structured criminal network with deep ties to the Camorra, one of Italy's oldest and most powerful mafia organizations. Yes, the mafia was stealing chocolate. They had the logistics, the connections, and the warehouses to store it. They had the front companies to launder the paperwork, and they had the distribution networks to push 175 tons of luxury Swiss chocolate into the legitimate retail market without raising red flags. This is what law enforcement agencies call strategic theft. You see, over the past decade, organized crime syndicates have realized that hijacking a truck full of food is significantly less risky than trafficking narcotics. The penalties are lower, for one, and the police prioritize it less. If you get caught with a truck full of drugs, you go to prison for decades. If you get caught with a truck full of chocolate, you might get a few years for grand theft and receiving stolen property. But the profit margins when you steal the product for free are enormous, and the market is entirely legitimate. You don't have to convince people to buy chocolate. Everyone buys chocolate. You just have to offer it to them slightly cheaper than the supermarket does. The TT Club, a leading provider of insurance and risk management services to the international transport industry, published a report on freight crime in Italy. They identified the country as one of the highest risk environments in Europe for cargo theft, specifically noting the involvement of organized criminal networks. The report documented a consistent pattern. Criminal groups embed informants within legitimate logistic companies, gather intelligence on high-value shipments, and then execute the theft. The method used in the Kit Kat heist, impersonating law enforcement to stop a vehicle on a public road, is a known and documented technique. It has been used in Italy, Spain, and Eastern Europe for years. The thieves who stopped that truck outside Turin were just following a very common playbook. You're only just hearing about food theft like this now because, well, it's Kit Kat, and that's funnier than Lindt, I guess? And crucially, the operation doesn't end when the truck is stolen. The most sophisticated criminal networks have the entire pipeline mapped out in advance. They likely have cold storage to keep temperature-sensitive products viable, front companies to issue fake invoices, and networks of buyers who know not to ask too many questions. By the time the product hits the shelf, it has been passed through 3 or 4 layers of plausible deniability. The trail is cold before the investigation even begins. So, no, the Kit Kat bars are not sitting in someone's garage. They have probably already been broken down, repackaged, and are in the process of being distributed. Every day that passes, the evidence gets further away. And every day that passes, it is more likely that someone, somewhere, is eating a stolen chocolate race car and not bothering to wonder why it was so cheap. And that is exactly why this keeps happening. Because, despite what movies tell you, the perfect crime isn't stealing a giant, priceless diamond. That's actually one of the worst possible situations. No, the perfect crime is the one where the evidence gets eaten. And because of this, somewhere out there, someone got a very good break, and they're probably already planning their next one. If you enjoyed this video and would like to help it get noticed by the algorithm, hit the like button and subscribe to our channel. Another way you can help is by checking out another one of our videos, like this one, where we finally end the 67-year debate of what really happened to the 9 hikers of the mysterious Dyatlov Pass incident once and for all. Speaking of support, thank you to our top-tier members, Nexus and Xander, and all our other generous members at stacked.com/brew for helping keep this channel going.
No clue how to deal with this, since I have no clue how to open this door. 1000 already. So cute that it doesn't really affect the amount. $46K. Alright, let's see.
I bought 250 racing games on Steam worth over $2,000. Some are obscure, some are forgotten, some are well known, and the others are frauds, like a developer called Rewind App, who's found great success on the platform despite building an entire career out of shamelessly reselling playmate games and assets. Yet, he still has the audacity to say, "No crappy AI here, just pure video games and real artists." His first racing game is called Race, featuring 1 car, 2 tracks, and 5 races, the most rewarding of which consists of no opponents. Not that he put up any challenge in the first place. The car constantly slides and the steering is incredibly slow. For this, some racing games offer sensitivity settings, but here you have to buy it as an upgrade, and even then, things are hardly improved. The upgrades barely make the car faster. In fact, the RPM gauge is fake and gears do nothing but cap your top speed. The real artist's first racing game is a complete letdown.
I've basically been living outside of Italy for many years. It started as a temporary thing, a way to see the world, but it turned into a realization. And now I'm officially closing the Italy chapter of my life. But don't get me wrong, Italy is objectively one of the most beautiful places on earth. The food is not a stereotype, it's actually that good. The culture, the weather, there is a reason millions of people save up their entire lives just to spend 1 week here. And if you're a tourist, Italy is a dream. Or if you're wealthy enough to live in a bubble and can hire people to deal with your problems, it's also amazing. But for normal people, me and you, for anybody trying to build something from nothing, it becomes a nightmare. I really tried to make it work. I wanted to be the success story that stayed. For years, I had faith in my country. I paid over 60% of what I earned in taxes. Like, think about that. Most of the work I did, all the hours spent editing, shooting videos, playing music, most of that money wasn't even mine. And honestly, I just accepted it. I told myself, if those taxes help improve my country, if they help building better schools, better roads, better future for the next generation, then it's a price I'm proud to pay. Even when I was living abroad or traveling, I always kept my company in Italy, so I kept paying, partly because moving everything internationally is a headache, but mostly because I still felt an emotional debt to my home. And yes, Italy is home. My parents are here, every street has a memory, and if you have ever lived in another country, you know the feeling. You know that nostalgia is like a ghost. It follows you everywhere. But in Italy, you try to convince yourself that having a good life is just about the weather and the food. You just ignore the problems because you love the feeling of being home. But eventually, that love is not enough to stop the pain. Loving a country that doesn't love you back is exhausting. You realize that you can't live on memories alone. You can't pay your rent with culture. One day the frustration of the real world becomes louder than the beautiful memories of the past. And that is the day everything changes. The moment I completely lost faith was when I got raided by the financial police. It still feels like a movie script when I say it. It was 3 years ago and I was abroad when they called me. They didn't tell me much, just that we needed to meet. So I did the right thing and I flew all the way from the other side of the world just for them and showed up at their office ready to cooperate. I thought they were just gonna ask me something about my job, because a lot of people are still very confused about what influencers, YouTubers or content creators really are. But the moment I walked in their office, the vibe changed. They told me where to go straight to search my home. We drove together there and I wasn't even allowed to use my phone. They were dead serious, like they were dealing with a cartel boss. I remember sitting in the car and be like, what is even happening? I'm just playing bass on YouTube. What did they think they were gonna find? Secret blueprints for a 6-string bass? Illegal slap techniques? It was surreal. But once we got to my place and they realized I was just a guy with a bunch of basses and a camera, the atmosphere relaxed. And these kind of raids are something that are bound to happen to pretty much anybody owning a company in Italy. But when you have spent a decade building a career out of nothing, trying to follow every complicated rule, and you are still being treated like a fugitive, something breaks inside you. But the funniest part of this whole situation was when I saw my official file, they actually printed a base picture under my name. When I noticed it, we laughed together, because if I didn't laugh, I would have cried. But that raid forced me to look at the math. I started asking myself what I'm actually getting in return for 60% of my income. In Italy, we are told taxes are high because the services are free. But let's talk about that. Healthcare is free, sure. But if you ever try to use it for something urgent, if you need to see a specialist or you need an important scan, then the waiting list are 6 months, even 1 year long. So what happens? You get scared because you can't wait for 1 year. So you go to a private clinic and pay out of your pockets. So now you have paid a massive tax for the public system and you are paying a private fee to actually stay healthy. That's not a service, that's a double dip. And then there is the bureaucracy. In other countries, I can open a business or renew a document in 10 minutes. In Italy, no way. You need a stamp, then a different stamp, then an appointment that's 3 months away, then you show up at the office and it's closed because of a random local holiday. And the most frustrating part is the culture of the hookup. Everyone tells you the same thing. You need to know someone, friend of a friend. If you don't have a connection, the system just ignores you. It's a society built on who you know rather than what you do. And it's not a friend. If you don't have a connection with the hookup, everyone tells you. Then you show up at the office and it's closed because of a random local holiday. And the most frustrating part is the culture of the hookup. Everyone tells you the same thing. You need to know someone, friend of a friend. If you don't have a connection, the system just ignores you. It's a society built on who you know rather than what you do. And it's not just the residents who feel this weight. You can see the system failing everywhere, including how Italy handles immigration issues. The system is so broken, it's just unfair. It's unfair for the people who are arriving here hoping to get a better life, and it's unfair to the citizens who feel the social balance is being stretched to its limit because the government just doesn't have any clear plans. And it's painful to say all of this because I don't hate Italy. If I hated it, I would have left years ago and never looked back. I love this country, but I realized that loving this country is like being in a toxic relationship. It will just drain you. And
Arya is a gamer. However, while the rest of the Angels love spending hours in the arcade or gaming at home, Arya has never had time to play them. In fact, she has always found them incredibly interesting. However, her lack of Denny's and her constant pressure to nail her performances has made it incredibly hard to finally get started. Though in a trust event, Arya is finally buying some new games, and even mentions that she's been borrowing Suna's game console at home to try them out. She's super interested in deep story-based video games, and recently has started learning how to play online multiplayer games, and wants to eventually stream them so that she can connect with fans at home. But would you watch her play?
Amber's redesign is the strangest out of the four because her original outfit didn't really even have much to censor in the first place, and there were definitely other characters who seemed like they would have been more at risk. In fact, she was the only one who didn't have a covered-up placeholder outfit on the Chinese server before the redesigns became official. So my unprovable theory is that the designers just wanted to redo her outfit anyway. Her initial look hones in on a rustic outrider vibe with the brown tones. Meanwhile, the redesign feels more like a uniform and leans harder into her status as a Knight of Favonius. In addition to the color changes, the shape around the torso was changed slightly, and a few areas got extra texture detailing. Amber's redesign is the strangest.
Animal Farm is one of the greatest works of anti-authoritarian literature ever conceived. Written by George Orwell.
Would you believe that Zoomers earn more than millennials did at their age?
Yeah, spiders are cute. I specifically really like jumping spiders. Like, those guys are little babies. Whenever I find them in my house, I capture them and I let them out. Whenever I find any bug in my house, if it's like of a substantial size, I'll capture it and take it out. But if it's like a fruit fly or a gnat, like a little stupid freaking idiot guy, then I'll just kill him. Is that f***ed up? Like, if you're small and annoying, I fear I'm just killing you. If you're like a real insect, not one of those fake puny loser insects, then I take you outside. Yeah, spiders are cute.
This was the worst origin in 4.0. In 3.14 it was used in competitive PvP because it allowed for specialized workers and specialists. It had a unique playstyle as the main species couldn't grow and a lot of people really loved it. 4.0 ruined this. However, in 4.3 they've tried to fix this origin by implementing mechanics back to what it once had. In this video I want to see if it is back, utilizing a wacky elite build to really get the most out of the origin. To test if this is really good or bad, I will be comparing it at different yearly milestones to my UNE every single click run. Let's get into it. Here is the Empire. We will be using the Catalyst, focusing on Necrophage. We've got a bit of a unique build compared to what we tried to do in 4.0. They have updated Necrophage. Let's see if it's changed. I'm going to run through all the choices and why we've done things while as we go. I'm using small Grand Admiral Galaxy no scaling so we can compare it directly to the UNE run we've been doing for the member series. This will give it a good baseline. Is it good or not? So we've copied the settings, 0.75, no scaling, so AIs could kill us, because I think we did go unyielding first in that UNE run. So what the heck is Necrophage? Necrophage essentially starts you with two different species. You have your main founder species, the Necrophage trait, giving you massive leader lifespan, but less growth, but also then less upkeep and more efficiency for specialists and elites, but less efficiency for workers. So these are really your main species. They're going to be elites, they're going to be specialists. Now the pop growth, I don't know why it says that there's reduced pop growth, because in 4.3 I believe they just removed them being able to grow, and this is actually a good thing because in 4.0 they could grow a little bit, but what happened was because their growth was so slow they were sapping pop growth away from your secondary species. So this species has quite a nice bit of growth here, whereas the main species don't have any growth. Now how do we get our main species then? That is through the Chamber of Elevation. He's given Necrophyte jobs and it scales depending on the pop growth, but essentially after I believe 10 years the Necrophytes that are in here will be converted into our main species. They do also give some monthly organic pop growth to the other species. So these is just a nice job type, and it's much better than before because we're not stealing all the pop growth with these species. We are uniquely also positioned to feed those necrophytes into the necrophage pops instead of it being this weird hybrid like it was in 4.0. This is why we've gone for very strong. These are going to be mainly worker jobs, so we're getting 5% extra there, and armies. Then we have rapid breeders, so they keep growing, and less housing usage, so they can keep growing. Unruly and repugnant because they're not going to be doing these jobs. In terms of our main species, we're actually combining some things here. So as civics, we've gone technocracy, which converts our politicians into science directors, giving us science stuff. We also get expertise traits on our leaders, giving us more research for the planet, but also more research speeders there on the council, which is nice. We get an extra scientist as the governor of our world. Expertise traits have additional effects, more research, alternatives, scientist capacity, less official capacity, and then the council position gives us more research. This is pretty nice. We've then combined it with aristocratic elite, which converts politicians into nobles. Nobles will essentially produce a bit more unity, but we can also construct the noble estates, giving us more nobles, which means more elites. And yes, these two combine. You'll see that in a second. This also grants us access to a holding, and our leaders have a 20% chance to start with an additional positive and negative trait. We also get 10% more efficiency for elites and a more leader upkeep. So we're trying to basically stack elites because necrophagy gives more elite output. Then we've got more effective council skill because we're going to want this council position, which gives more elite pop resource output per level. We've also gone for more influential job output because that counts as our elite jobs. More XP gains so we can get more levels, then slow breeders because it doesn't matter, and more empire size from pops. So that all culminates here with the noble estates.
Okay, let's upgrade
Still waiting for something?
he wants
Over here, Endman! Oh,
weapon
bringing quite a few things.
as much as possible.
Giving us more scientist jobs, 300 noble jobs, and an efficiency boosting it to 455 because we're getting a total of 35% and then 45% from the capital. So we're producing 18 science, 21 unity, amenity, stability, and a bit of trade right at the start of the game for only 13 consumer goods. That's a pretty nice. That gets us off to a pretty good start. We're going to play pretty normally. We're going to still want to take things like the workshops. Hopgross is nice, so is Offworlden, but we still want tech. Elites, we can't really scale too much, so we're still going to need to build up some science and do the normal stuff, but it does give us a nice boost at the start of the game to hopefully accelerate us to the point that is hopefully better than the UNE. I think the UNE is not that good in the current build. Let's grab our first Tundra World. Let's then just buy 100 minerals, so then I can instantly build a mineral district because we do have a lot of civilians we can put to work, and minerals quite important at the start of the game. And then we're just going to sell some food and some energy, and we'll do the buy when this resets back down to the base, which is 1.3. I'm trying to test out if this is more efficient. I don't know if it is because we lose. That would have been 42 we would have got then, and it still doesn't reset. I guess you get a bit more out of it because you can max by 42, but we've already got the building going on, so it's more efficient to wait, I guess, and buy them straight away. With our military ship, we're going to split it up and explore. We need to find our other Tundra world. That would be nice. And we're going to need to buy a little bit of consumer goods, but luckily we don't actually need to build colony ships because necrophagy also have a unique starting position situation where our guaranteed habitable worlds are replaced with pre-FPL civilizations. Also, only necrophage mobs can be rulers or recruited as leaders, which makes sense, but also why it's so good to be this elite build. Now, our secondary species can work specialist jobs, so you could kind of min-max and do that if you want, but we are aiming to get rid of them and only work worker jobs. That would be the good balance. For some reason, the game's stupid, and it's not keeping all of the workers there, which is really annoying. I would rather all of these humanoids go and work the worker jobs, but they're not, and there's not much you can do about that. Let's come in here and build mining station on the mineral deposit. And first tradition, I'm going to mix it up a bit. We're going to go statecraft first because we really want to get leveled up leaders, and going amongst peers, giving us XP for every agenda is going to speed that up and give us some nice council benefits. Probably should also put this other scientist on the council because we have Spark of Genius. That's going to help out a lot. I probably also should have just instantly built a Hydro Bay. That's my fault. We could have been selling that food. And I'm just saving for, I think, a city district. We could probably go for another mineral world. I'm actually going to do that because we're going to get planets quite quickly because we don't need to colonize them. So we're going to need the minerals to build them up. We're going to need armies, which also cost minerals. Now, I don't know if this is the best way of playing necrophage, but I wanted to play this unique elite kind of mixed build with it. You could also focus on specialists, make them really good scientists or something like that, and just keep converting them into them. But this gives us a nice solid start to hopefully just get scaling. This system has 20 mineral deposits. That is insane. We'll go admin AI. We have gone fanatic materialist to get more research speed going, and authoritarian for worker buffs. And let's get amongst peers. We get the XP when we launch this agenda in a second. Let's activate that and everyone levels up, which is really nice. Spark of Genius 2, yes please. And a Spark of Genius 2 on you. So we're already getting 6% on both of them. We're up to 32% research speed. That helps a lot early on in the game. And you suck, but it's fine. Let's instantly expand the council. We really want to get to the efficiency per level of elites, and the more council positions, the more XP value we'll get. And you can see we do have some primitives here, 400 of them. They've got a 15 garrison, so we can immediately just build, I think we only need one army, but we'll build two just in case. Surveyed it, let's build that outpost, and we need to find that other planet. Now what we're gonna need to do is set our first contact to aggressive so we can instantly just invade them. But while we're here, we can also activate information quarantine for 5 stability, fortify the border for more starbase upgrade capacity. We will probably eventually go isolationist for the unity, but we're just going to expand these planets first. We could also probably go to mixed industry for now because we're losing consumer goods by being on militarized, and we don't really need the alloys right now. And we'll just build some city districts now to get science, unity, consumer goods, alloys, all the good stuff. There's a desert world here that is not guaranteed, so we'll keep looking. Our armies are done, so let's go invade. We also need to change pre-FTL interference to aggressive. You do want to try and get these quickly because you need to get through the stellar culture shock, which can be annoying. But let's land. Hello, Pops. We should easily deal with them. They're nothing. They've got like sticks and stones. They're in the Stone Age. I don't really know what we're invading here. Minerals from jobs, sure. And I definitely want to grab these mining stations. That's a
Just like that. Hey, these guys aren't half bad. Recruit them for me. We're battle forged. No need for formalities. If I get a sip of soup, you get a bite of meat. What? It should be the other way around. Nah, that's just how it goes. We're stronger now. Right? Time to go test this on that mad woman. We're stronger now. Alright, time to go test this on that mad woman.
Alright, what's her set again?
Okay, welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we are going to explain why asset prices keep going up. Okay, you're probably expecting me to do a breakdown of the local election results, but I've been in France all week promoting my book, so you are getting this video, which I shot last week, which is inspired by the pretty insane situation, which you may or may not be aware of, which is that last week, on both Monday the 27th and Tuesday the 28th of April, which are just a couple of days ago when I'm shooting now, the US stock market hit a new all-time high. And just sit with that for a second. Not just the US stock market, the Japanese stock market hit a new global all-time high today. I'm shooting this on the Wednesday morning, 29th.
Bone Crusher?
Still waiting for something?
Mm-hmm. Four seconds cooldown river. Okay, maybe there is something in it.
Still waiting for something?
Crap. I remember now what I forgot to do before the 0 hour. Okay. Okay, so yeah, ran out of those things. The yield is still 12 per minute. I guess I ran out of it not too long ago. Usage 12 per minute. Usage is still 12 per minute. So let's let it slack here a bit. Hey, what's up with Heller Share Knight? Doesn't look like I have much of it. Yeah, local depot is 0. Sure.
I shall pray for you, Administrator.
We're about to leave? Oh, just wait for me a sec. Finally, Headyapt! I was about to go molt from boredom! Finally, Headyapt! I was about to go molt from boredom! Don't sweat it. I got you covered. Looky here. The Flying Mist Messenger got a special letter for you.
Links. Well, sure. Let's have a Pagan Crusher set. For her, specifically, agility, strength. Separate. I don't like the separate part. Combo skill cooldown reduction. Oh, that's nice.
Applies cryo infliction, and based on the amount of whirlpools you have set up, additionally returns SP and adds a susceptibility debuff. Because of this required setup, you don't want to use her as your sole application of cryo infliction for Last Rite or Yvonne. Instead, only using her skill after her 2 combo setup. Tungtung's ultimate temporarily freezes enemies, and when using a dive attack on the controlled operator, this triggers the same effects as her skill, additionally empowering it. The ultimate also does some damage itself, with a reduced amount if you don't use the dive, but this is essentially a free skill cast that you don't want to miss. While Tungtung can provide generic arch susceptibility and potentially support other teams, the amount isn't too much to write home about. Her best use cases are within the Last Right and Yvonne teams, where every cryo infliction is precious. As such, we'll examine 3 different teams. One with Yvonne or Last Right as main DPS, and then one with Tantan herself as main DPS. In this section, we'll break down optimal gear and weapons for each of the team members, followed by a rotation walkthrough, but with Tang Tang on the Yvonne team. Her signature weapon is a sizable margin over her other options, offering not only greater personal damage, but also team support. This puts the alternatives around 10% lower than her signature weapon for total team damage. Since Tang Tang is doing roughly 20% of the team's damage, you'll notice that the margin between P0 to P5 for the weapons that only benefit her personal damage is
ultimate gain efficiency. Yes, please. That indeed sounds kind of nice. Хорошо. Mask T2. Agility strength. Crit rate. Crucial wristband T1. Agility strength. That's nice.
Oh, this gear's for me? Come on, good stuff's for sharing. This was yours and this was mine. Oh, this gear's for me? Come on, good stuff's for sharing. This was yours and this was mine.
fairly small. Carnival, despite having effect she can't proc at all, is a very strong stat stick, and is competitive with their other options. In terms of gear, you'll want to use the new Bone Crusher wristband T1, as well as 2 of the Bone Crusher T2 masks for gear. Use the Type 50 Yinlan Heavy Armor T1 for some ultimate gain after, as she'll need this for the rotation. For Yvonne, gear and weapon options remain the same as that covered in the Yvonne guide. However, when considering the total team's damage, the difference in damage between her signature weapon and alternative options is very similar to that of Tang Tang. So, if you had to pick one of the two, it may be more worth getting Tang Tang's weapon, as it is more flexible, though Yvonne Items is slightly more powerful. Remember that her ultimate
Over here, Endman! Oh, I'm bringing quite a few things.
Link's slab. Will intellect main attribute. I see, I see. Me security overalls. Security toolkit. %43% crit rate.
damage is basic attack damage, so don't bother with any of that new ultimate damage gear. Zaihi's best weapons are still either Detonation Unit or Chivalric Virtues, with Detonation Unit being slightly preferred. Note that the new Redeemer body that increases int still leads to less overall int than running Eternal Zeronite 3-piece and a Frontiers kit. However, running Zaihi on a pure int stacking build can be a damage increase when running Gilberta on Eternal Zeronite. Speaking of Gilberta, let's take a look at her build. For weapons, her signature weapon is actually a damage loss versus a maxed out stanza. For gear, just use Eternal Zeronite, even if you decide to run it on Zaihi as well. If you do have her sig though, the Swordmancer set is an option for more stats.
Looky here! The Flying Mist Messenger got a special letter for you!
It looks like this is... Oh no. Bone Crusher Punch at 2-1. Real agility, ultimate gain efficiency.
If you don't have Gilberta, you can use Perlica instead. I won't even show any weapon options beyond stanza, because if you don't use stanza here, you're trolling. For gear, use Eternal Zeronite Gloves T1, or Aethertech Gloves if you have P2, along with the Pulsar Labs body and 2 calibrators. The rotation between the Perlica and Gilberta support variants is nearly identical. For both of them, simply hit their combo whenever it's up. And for Perlica, use her ult before the burst window to buff the team with stanza. And for Gilberta, the timing is a bit more precise. So let's take a look at the full rotation example. Start the rotation out with Tantan skill. We use this early for an instant cryo infliction to get her combo cooldown rolling, as this will be the main bottleneck of the rotation. After one basic attack combo, use Zaihi's skill. We specifically delay the Zaihi skill so we can time its cryo infliction to coincide with Tantan's next combo. After another basic attack combo, use Yvonne's skill, basic attack, and combo, holding Zaihi's combo for when Tauntaun's combo is nearly up. After another basic attack combo, use Zaihi's skill again. And continue to basic attack until Tauntaun's combo is up, where you use her skill and combo. Along with that of Zaihi. Use Zaihi's skill one last time. Her combo will trigger Tauntaun's 4th combo, and now it's go time. Use Zaihi's ultimate, and then Yvonne's skill, auto, and combo, followed by her ult. Halfway through the ult, use Gilberta and Tauntaun's ult, jump and dive on Yvonne, and after using the ultimate's final attack, dodge cancel it and use your finisher. Let's now look at it in full speed. For the last right herself, her signature weapon, Crevenger, leans, your options are the same. And what about a last right team? In this team, Tauntaun's gear options are the same. And for Zaihi, you should be running
Looky here! The Flying Mist Messenger got a special letter for you. They fit me so well. I'll suit up with them for the next journey. Say, Endman? Got any ideas on matching and style?
a Chrono Zero Knight on her. The interstacking build is not worth it here. The two support options are also the same as the Yvonne team. For the last right herself, her signature weapon, Crevenger, leans by a similar margin as limited signature weapons. With Tauntaun's skill.
If you are watching this video, you have either grossly transgressed the bounds of decorum with your ungentlemanly folly, or you have received an insult of such scandalous magnitude that it can only be rectified with the polite exchange of leaden ball. Now, if you are to walk away from the field of glory with your life, and more importantly with your honor unsullied, I advise that you follow this guide and peruse its accompanied history. For ignorance is a more effective executioner than the pistol itself. So without any further interminable prologue, this is the art of the duel. Now, if you are not of high birth, you may find it queer that shooting chunks off each other at an agreed time and distance was ever considered honourable. And during the practice's primitive years, men of quality would have agreed with you, not because it involved the possibility of socially sanctioned murder, but because flintlock pistols were considered a vulgar instrument to do the murdering with. Gentlemen were expected to settle their disputes of honour by crossing small swords. It might seem counterintuitive, but this bloody ritual was actually an organised alternative to prevent further bloodshed, which is why it was so dishonourable to refuse a duel if one was proposed of you, as you were inviting the possibility of a longer-term feud. So these pre-planned formal stabbings seldom ended in fatality. More often, satisfaction was reached with the drawing of first blood. So embarrassing matters could be settled in privacy without the involvement of the king's court, which rarely offered reliable remedy anyway. But then, on the morning of May 9th, 1711, the art of the duel was forever altered with one thunderous exchange. 2 nights prior, Colonel Richard Thornhill and Sir Cholmondeley Deering had permitted their passions to overmaster their reason. The men found themselves inebriated, and in the midst of such a violent brawl that they damaged the very wainscoting of the public house. And in a manner not befitting a man of his station, Sir Cholmondeley trampled upon Thornhill, resulting in the loss of several of the good man's teeth. Though Sir Cholmondeley quickly offered a verbal apology, the colonel deemed such a meagre concession a hollow salve for so profound an indignity. On the morrow, Colonel Thornhill dispatched a letter to his adversary detailing the terms of their duel. As stipulated in the letter, the men met in the morning. Refreshments were served at Thornhill's lodging. Tea was offered, but Sir Cholmondeley instead requested a small beer. The men then shared a coach journey, sitting side by side, to the scene of their final confrontation. The conduct of these men was remarkably civil, but the established etiquette of the pistol duel had yet to be conceived. There was no signal of a dropped kerchief, nor an agreed distance. The men simply advanced from their stations and discharged their pieces at will. Most encounters hereafter were conducted at a distance of 10 or 12 paces. Cholmondeley and Thornhill stood 4 yards asunder, leaving little possibility for error, nor any hope of grace. Sir Cholmondeley. The colonel remained unscathed, while Cholmondeley was mortally pierced through the body. As his life's blood ebbed away, he did, with his final breath, profess his forgiveness for Thornhill. Though Thornhill later stood trial for murder, the jury returned a verdict only of manslaughter. He was restored to his liberty a mere 3 months thereafter.
Though the law whispered leniency, polite society looked upon the colonel and the late gentleman's spectacle with a mix of shock and abhorrence.
To exchange fire when the steel of a gentleman's small sword lay ready at his thigh, appalling! The pistol was seen as a mechanic's weapon, an unworthy instrument for this.
Что там с ФБК происходит? Ultimate Gain Efficiency, Combo. Look at that secondary attribute. Maybe I should craft it just because.
Когда выбираю тему для ролика, я иногда отталкиваюсь просто от того, что зацепило меня лично. И сегодня это точно большое интервью, которое бывшая ведущая телеканала ФБК «Популярная политика» Ирина Алиман дала изданию «Медуза». В конце апреля...
Довольно быстро говорит. Можно 1.1 поставить, 1.05.
Алиман уволилась из «Популярной политики» и, соответственно, из ФБК. А еще до этого она стала публично критиковать своих коллег за некоторые их действия и поступки. Теперь же, после увольнения, Ирина выступила с самой развернутой критикой бывших коллег. Причем критика это человека осведомленного, по сути, инсайдера. Она рассказала об атмосфере в ФБК, которую описывает как токсичную и манипулятивную, о своих конфликтах с руководством фонда, о поведении сторонников ФБК в соцсетях.
Понятно. Давайте сразу. Главное из интервью Ирины Алиман «Медузе».
2022 года. Она пришла туда через несколько месяцев после начала полномасштабного вторжения в Украину.
Это про популярную политику она говорит.
Насколько я понимаю, в последний год Ирина была единственным заметным действующим сотрудником ФБК, который иногда выступал с критикой этой организации, при этом продолжая в ней работать.
Когда 2 раза, мне кажется, она выступила, и все вот за последние полгода. До этого она вроде ничего не критиковала. Не-не-не, ну вот в январе он январский пост показывает какой-то. До начала полномасштабной войны я специализировалась в маркетинговых коммуникациях, разработке tone of voice, медиастратегии, бла-бла-бла. Сегодня ФБК находится в центре скандала, которого могло бы и не быть. Ну вот по поводу Волкова, да. Ну вроде бы до этого не выступала она. Ну да. Ну короче, кажется, что Ирина Алиман тоже не выступала с критикой долгие годы, пока работала.
Например, в январе этого года она писала в Фейсбуке о скандале, который произошел из-за слов Леонида Волкова о командире РДК Денисе Капустине. Вы, конечно, этот скандал помните. Тогда Алиман говорила, что у руководства ФБК проблемы с публичной коммуникацией. И...
Да нормально все, Леонид Волков. Ладно, нет, на самом деле ненормально. Леонид Волков базанул. Вот нехорошо. Я уже на своих платных площадках, у меня есть видео про это, я уже высказывался. Вот, не молодец, Волков. Нехорошо радоваться чужой смерти. Особенно учитывая, что смерть не настоящая. Так даже лучше, на самом деле, что смерть не настоящая. Вот, даже если человек плохой.
Призывала Волкова следить за словами. В конце апреля Алиман уволилась из «Популярной политики» и из ФБК. И вот сегодня в «Медузе» вышло ее большое интервью, которое заглавлено «Я надеюсь, что мои бывшие коллеги перестанут жрать друг друга».
Это она сделала интервью, где она критиковала коллег, видимо. Сама же, получается, жрет коллег. Подогревает срач. Ну ладно, это я не знаю, сейчас выясним.
Это, насколько я могу судить, самое резкое выступление бывшего сотрудника ФБК по поводу состояния дел в организации.
А как же этот Сируканов? А? Судить можешь. Вы вообще знаете про Сируканова? Сируканов, вот такой вот Сируканов, список Путина. Есть у него видео. Виталий Сируканов. Ну, короче, это же прям вот эксперт по ТВ, который ходит, рассказывает везде, типа он бывший сотрудник ФБК и все знает. Вот, он знает, что современные европейцы судят в мировой истории по книгам Гарри Поттера.
Современные европейцы. Вот мы на самом деле иронизируем над Кай Каллас, совершенно имеем на это категорическое право. Потому что, ну какую книгу могла прочитать Кай Каллас? Они же изучают мировую историю и судят по мировой истории по книге Гарри Поттер. Понимаете? То есть это не то, что люди, которые имеют какую-то базу или какие-то навыки, знания. Понимаете, у них земля плоская.
Понятно. Вот такой вот эксперт. Ну, не знает он про Сируканова. Ладно, бывает.
До этого из ФБК также ушел директор фонда Иван Жданов, и он тоже выступал в СМИ, но все-таки менее скандально и более...
Нормально он выступал, с уважением к бывшим коллегам. Так, типа, никого не хочу критиковать, там, что-то пару намеков дал и все.
Сдержанно. Что мне показалось самым важным и интересным в этом интервью Алиман? Давайте по пунктам. Ирина говорит о 3 своих принципиальных расхождениях с руководством фонда. Первое касается поведения организации в контексте процесса над журналистами, которых обвинили в создании материалов для YouTube-каналов команды Навального. Речь об Антонине Фаворской, Сергее Карелине, Константине Габове и Артеме Кригере. Их приговорили, я напомню, к 5,5 годам лишения свободы. Вину они не признали.
Какая жесть. Это же такое людоедство, такой кошмар это все. Я просто... устаешь возмущаться. Иногда хочется, конечно, превратить телеграм-канал просто в бесконечное. Вот я скидываю новости, говорю, какой кошмар. Скидываю новость, говорю, жесть. Скидываю новость, говорю, людоеды. запускали бы такой канал.
Суды шли в закрытом режиме, поэтому подробности нам неизвестны. Впрочем, из интервью Ирины Алиман непонятно, в чем именно заключается тут ее претензия к ФБК. Она говорит, что не может говорить об этом подробно, пока журналисты не окажутся на свободе и в безопасности. Так что дальше мы можем только додумывать. Второе. Ирина...
В таком случае, мне кажется, нужно не набрасываться. Не можешь набросить, ты и не набрасывай. Не знаю, почему-то мне не нравится Ирина Алиман. Я думаю, это мой природный антисемитизм мне говорит. Ладно, я не знаю национальности, вероисповедания Ирины Алиман. Может, она православная, белорусская.
Говорит о поведении ФБК.
Я не знаю, ребят, жена смотрит на меня, как будто мне лучше стрим никогда не заканчивать, как будто меня ругать будут. Почему?
В контексте уголовных дел в отношении людей, которые донатили фонду с российских карт уже после объявления организации экстремистской. Речь о тех самых донатах через Stripe, за которые российские силовики и суды наказали уже несколько десятков человек. Об этом, например, говорилось в большом материале «Медиазоны». И дальше цитата из интервью Ирины. Спустя несколько дней ФБК опубликовал на своем сайте пресс-релиз, в котором, по сути, снимал с себя ответственность за случившееся с донатерами. Однако мне кажется, что вы все-таки должны нести некоторую ответственность за людей, которые вам донатили и верили в то, что это безопасно, а в прекрасной России будущего могли бы стать вашими избирателями. Мне кажется, стоит общаться с этими людьми, честно признать свою ошибку. Признать, что в 2021 году не могли предвидеть того, что донатеров будут преследовать за пожертвования, и что попадание определенной информации в банковские выписки их как минимум скомпрометирует. Как минимум стоило извиниться. При этом...
Ну, стоило. Что ж тут? Они не извинились даже. Нехорошо.
Алиман подтверждает, что ФБК взаимодействует с донатерами, которые обращаются за помощью, верифицирует их и помогает им получать документы для эвакуации и иммиграции. Однако Ирина называет это крайней мерой и говорит, что нужно проинформировать людей, что они находятся в зоне риска. Эта тема ранее широко обсуждалась в соцсетях и в СМИ, в том числе при участии оппонента ФБК внутри оппозиции Максима Каца. Он предлагал ФБК сделать рассылку по своим донатерам о том, что им грозит уголовное преследование.
Казалось бы, есть очевидная линия поведения в этой ситуации.
Ну, не знаю, я уже говорил по этому поводу, что эта рассылка тут же куда-нибудь утечет, и будет готовый список товарища майору. Сложная ситуация. Да, но на рассылку я подписан был.
Вот по этой рассылке?
Я сидел в России, был подписан на эту рассылку. По этой рассылке, то, что она ко мне приходит, это не доказывает, что я им донатил. В период с 21 года, поэтому... Ну, можно. Да, так можно сделать. Действительно. Ерунду сказал.
Когда стало известно о массовом открытии уголовных дел таким образом, надо было сразу взять всю базу жертвователей, подпадающих под риск, а она точно есть, и разослать им письмо.
Не, надо было всем разослать, действительно. Тем, кто на подписку.
С огромным заголовком.
Вот, но видишь, Кац предлагает именно план только этим, под риск.
Вы в опасности! Где честно написать, что происходит, и посоветовать немедленно уехать.
Были и аргументы.
Ребята, кто смотрит этот канал, вы в целом донатить меня можно, за это вас не посадят, все нормально, но все равно вы в опасности, уезжайте. Особенно если вы в секторе Газа живете.
Аргументы против этого, например, то, что такая рассылка может лишь создать дополнительные риски для жертвователей и привлечь к ним внимание силовиков. Третьей претензией Ирина Алиман называет как раз тот публичный спор между Волковым и бывшей сотрудницей ФБК Анной Тирон, которая перешла работать в русский добровольный.
Как бывший коллега, к счастью, решил тебе написать для баланса, так сказать. В кои-то веки действительно случилась денацификация. Сдох нацик, который самим своим существованием был подарком для кремлевской пропаганды, который со своим клоунским корпусом решал мутные задачи гнусного деревенского политтехнолога Буданова. Надеюсь, что за Капустиным последуют его дружки. Сядет Ермак, сядет Подоляк, сядет Буданов и все прочие пропагандистское, лицемерное варье. И тогда у Украины появятся шансы победить. А пока она делает ставку на Капустиных, ей ничего не светит. Вот так и напиши в своем говноканале с инсайдами. Ну, кстати, просто хочется сказать, что по факту Волков-то не прав. Во-первых, я не понимаю, почему он Капустина связывает с Подоляком, Будановым и прочим, и Ермаком. Украина вполне разумно делает ставку на ультраправых, в плане ведения войны. В целом, ультраправые любят воевать. Воюют в среднем неплохо. И Россия и Украина в этом смысле делают на них ставку, то есть позволяют им воевать. Так что тут как бы думаю, что если они уберут всех ультраправых с фронта, то у них все дела пойдут только хуже.
Добровольческий корпус. Я напомню, что в этом диалоге Волков порадовался сообщению о гибели командира РДК Дениса Капустина, которое позднее оказалось ложным, а также довольно резко высказался о ключевых украинских руководителях, включая Кирилла Буданова. Последнего он назвал гнусным.
РДК — это тикток войска на уровне Ахмата. Ну, во-первых, Ахмат — это не тикток войска. В Ахмате огромное число людей служит, и там реально воюют люди, конечно. Вот. И это... РДК, мне кажется, тоже не тикток войска, но про РДК не знаю. Не очень хорошо знаю.
Потому что руководители организации, живущие на гранты, нельзя такое писать.
Про то, что у них коррупционеры все? А вот как ты думаешь, вот меня признали угрозой национальной безопасности Украины, а я сделал несколько роликов про коррупцию в администрации Зеленского. Это связано? И я думаю, что связано. Может, мне нужно европейским чиновникам объяснить, что я за ваши интересы, за деньги ваших налогоплательщиков страдаю.
Деревенским политтехнологом. Хотя Волков позднее опубликовал свое сожаление относительно тональности этих высказываний, Алиман считает, что и организация в целом должна была как-то отреагировать. Она говорит, например, что Юлия Навальная...
Ну как? А это их... Ну, они не любят нацистов. Вот так вот.
Навальная могла бы прокомментировать все это, или стоило опубликовать какой-то пресс-релиз, пусть даже с самыми обтекаемыми формулировками. Еще
Фонд борьбы с коррупцией, конечно, они там не любят украинских коррупционеров тоже. Плюс у ФБК всегда была такая немного левая направленность. Понятно, не любят нациков. Сложно как-то публично объявить в этой ситуации, кто прав, кто виноват.
Алиман рассказывает о конфликте, который произошел внутри ФБК по поводу выхода видеоролика об Алексее Венедиктове, который сделал молодой сотрудник популярной политики Илья Гантварг.
Мы видели этот ролик на Патреоне. Блин, может его опубликовать? На общих площадках он смешной. Разбор Гантварга прям смешно было.
Это видео не понравилось многим зрителям, у него какие-то там рекордные дизлайки, их почти столько же, сколько лайков. И вообще популярную политику обвиняли в том, что она делает материалы в худших традициях кремлевской пропаганды.
Человек, который все эти годы занимался вовсе не тем, что держал единственную независимую радиостанцию, а человек, который натурально строил свои личные мосты с властью. Человек, который годами рассказывал, что все не так однозначно, что можно договориться, что Путин, он, понимаете ли...
Там, пожалуй, самый смешной момент — это то, что Илья Гантварг ставит в укор Венедиктову, что тот помогал уводить людей с площади Революции на Болотную. Абсолютно забывая, кто был главным амбассадором увода людей с площади Революции на Болотную. Я думаю, люди в чате догадываются, кто это был. Это был Борис Немцов. Борис Немцов выводил людей с площади Революции на Болотную, но почему-то обвинения в конторскости в его сторону от Гантварга не прозвучат. Лимонов наоборот хотел, чтобы там оставались на площади Революции.
Сложнее, чем кажется, и что у государства, конечно же, есть свои резоны. Он идеальный представитель старой школы приспособленчества. Человек, который не сопротивляется злу, а легитимирует его в глазах тех, кто это зло ненавидит.
Ирина объясняет, что это был авторский ролик Гантварга, и с этим видео была не согласна не только она, но и многие другие в фонде. 2 человека даже открыто выступили против на общей летучке, но руководство организации не стало публично комментировать ситуацию. Далее цитата из интервью.
Тоже непонятно. Ну, наверное, нужно было комментировать уровня, типа, редакция может быть не согласна. Так и надо.
Речь о том, чтобы ответить своей аудитории и журналистам, которых задели в этом высказывании, сказать, что мнение редакции может не совпадать с мнением автора.
Ну да.
Ничего подобного не последовало. Более того, руководители и ключевые фигуры фонда сказали сотрудникам, что это ужасное видео, мы с ним не согласны, мы потеряли некоторое количество донатеров после его выхода, но ничего не будем говорить публично.
Непонятно. Ну, действительно, не очень хорошая стратегия. Лучше было бы немножко откреститься от Гантварга. Но, видите, своих не бросают. Своих молодых революционных. Блин, такое смешно. Блин, реально опубликую. А некогда мне публиковать. У меня видео сколько выходит? 2 в день придется публиковать. А завтра видео, и послезавтра видео по плану. И послезавтра видео по плану. Я сойду с ума.
Но это все как раз публичные истории, про которые и так много спорили. Вот за исключением разве что дела журналистов, но оно действительно, по всей видимости, требует тишины, чтобы не усугубить ситуацию для этих политзаключенных. А вот дальше Ирина делится инсайдом, рассказывает об атмосфере внутри организации, которую называет токсичной. Например, она сказала, что после ее публикации в Фейсбуке о поведении Волкова в переписке с Анной Тирон, часть коллег перестала с ней здороваться, а она в ответ перестала здороваться сама и только отвечала на приветствие. Впрочем,
Первый здороваться перестал, видимо.
По ее словам, директор ФБК Владислав Романцов сказал Ирине, что у организации нет запрета на высказывание своего мнения в личных соцсетях или в интервью, однако ответы на вопросы можно было получить и на летучке с коллегами. Еще одна цитата.
Ну, это разумно, на самом деле, что как бы... Это же Плющев у нее спрашивал, что вот она работала в какой-то крупной корпорации. Вот там насколько приветствуется, что вы там идете публично, обсуждаете. Вот не знаю, у меня бы вышел монтажер. Монтажер вышел бы и сказал: Александр Штефанов мне правки тупорылые дает. Он просит просто. Он пишет тайм-код, правку. Тайм-код пишет: на 3 минуты и 43 секунде нужно сделать вставку вот из этого видео Владимира Соловьева. А на самом деле нужно на 3 минуте 41 секунде. И мне приходится это каждый раз отматывать, потому что Александр Штефанов тупой и не может нормально поставить справку. Вот вышла бы она, и это просто так бывает иногда. Вот вышла бы она с этим в паблик. Моя монтажерка. И что бы я? Ну, я был бы не очень, да, честно говоря. Я бы подумал, что это не очень конструктивное поведение. Вот. Но я не общественно-политическая организация в этом смысле, да. Так что сложно. Но все равно базовое понимание, что сначала нужно обсуждать внутри, и потом, если внутри не получается, только тогда идти наружу, оно понятно. Причем мне кажется, что нужно обсуждать внутри, не получается, выходить и потом говорить.
Ну, не знаю, почему.
Самая странная история произошла в день публикации этого поста. Я пришла в офис для записи своей программы. Несколько коллег сказали, что им нужно побыть рядом со мной, потому что кто-то другой ходил по офису и высказывал угрозы в мой адрес.
Чего? Шо? Что у вас там происходит? Что у вас за... Певчик ходил и так боксировала. Какой кошмар, одни в пасе поругались, эти, блин, ходят угрозы в адрес кого-то высказывают. Что, дураки?
Я бы не удивилась, если бы это были угрозы физического...
Иван Котов написал, что монтажерка сожрала все манты у Штефанова.
Насилие. Раньше я была свидетелем угрозы физического насилия в адрес коллеги со стороны руководителя отдела и свидетелем массового буллинга конкретных коллег.
Как это выглядело? Даже интересно. Как в БК может быть угроза физического насилия? Типа реально, вот ты сделал как... Типа Гантварк вот сделал свой плохой ролик. К нему пришел, что Леонид Волков сделал. Еще раз такое сделаешь, я тебе 1, 2, 3 и все. Ну, как-то странно. Даже как-то вот тяжело представить. Не, может быть.
Я знаю, что жалобы на буллинг были до моего прихода. Они дошли до руководства, но дело ничем не закончилось. И я сама неоднократно оказывалась в ситуации, когда на нас просто орут, унижают, обвиняют во всех смертных грехах, устраивают истерики.
Ну, это нормальный рабочий процесс. Да не, ну, конечно, истерики, это все, это неконструктивно, и кричать неконструктивно на коллег. Но это просто признак, скорее, не достаточной компетенции менеджмента. Ну, такое случается сплошь и рядом. Да, и еще, ну, там их не по признаку, да, хорошего менеджмента отбирали, а еще, ну, они же все там психованные, что все сбежали из России, сидят на своих антидепрессантах. Не, тяжело.
В качестве иллюстрации она рассказала про свою коллегу, которая взяла у какого-то странного человека на улице письмо и положила его в кабинет Марии Певчих. В контексте отравлений, которые устраивают российские спецслужбы, это, конечно, было небезопасно. И в офис фонда вызвали полицию. Алиман говорит, что письмо оказалось обычным, никаким не отравленным, но на летучке сотрудницу, которая передала это письмо, подвергли шельмованию. Долго говорили о том, какой тупой поступок она совершила.
Ну да. Не, ну тоже не понимаю. Ну то есть, ну нехорошо, это все токсичный действительно климат, но вот еще раз, давайте, хочется даже с вами свериться. То есть у нас нет в целом сомнений, что ФБК, ну, опасны. Работа у руководителя ФБК в целом могут отравить. Ну, в теории может, ну, вероятно. Причем там непонятно кто, то ли Кремль, то ли Невзлин, да, не знаю, чья вероятность больше. Вот, но окей, да, то есть действительно работа опасна. Должен быть протокол безопасности. И, ну, правда, контринтуитивно, что как бы от малознакомого какого-то человека можно просто взять письмо и передать Марии Певчу. Ну, насколько это действительно разумно? Ну, то есть, может быть, это не соответствует их представлениям о безопасности, и после этого вот на сотрудника такого, хотя письмо оказалось в порядке, на сотрудника такого много ругались и как бы ставили в пример его глупость. Насколько это вообще все нормально? Давайте вот сделаем вопрос. Потому что у меня обе позиции сейчас в голове борются, я еще сам даже не решил, какая... Да, позиция правильная. Ругачел... Письмо сотруднику.
Немного кринж. Немного. Не сильно.
Давайте. Ругать принесшую письмо сотрудницу норм, да или нет? Ну, то есть, подругать я имею в виду много говорить о том, что она глупая, чушь сделала. Ставить в пример ее глупость.
Нет. Я все-таки нет была.
Нет?
Я нет.
Нет.
Мне как начнет ругать перед кошечкой. Мне стыдно будет.
Я вот думаю просто, ну, с одной стороны, ну, если у нее были какие-то сведения о безопасности, о протоколе безопасности, то да. То есть, если ей прям объяснили. Типа, слушай, у нас тут такой вот строгий меры безопасности, мы ничего от незнакомых или малознакомых людей в офис не проносим. Ну да. Ну да. Ну непонятно, ладно.
Вообще, какая она глупая. И примерно через месяц эта девушка уволилась, говорит Ирина. Алиман называет это буллингом и говорит, что пример не единичный. И дальше она формулирует вот так. В какой-то момент сотрудники стали увольняться со словами, что руководство создает токсичную атмосферу, запугивает увольнением, одним днем в обход законов, невыплатой зарплат. Прощай.
Им нужен был молодой я. Им нужно было, чтобы им попался в качестве работника молодой Александр Штефанов. И чтобы он их засудил по трудовому кодексу. Я не знаю, какой там в Литве трудовой кодекс. Но думаю, что получилось бы.
Если они говорили о том, что в фонде нездоровая атмосфера. Некорректные шутки и высказывания, отсутствует забота о сотрудниках. Еще один пример – это запуск нового сайта ФБК в 2024 году, на котором опубликовали фотографии сотрудников организации. Алиман утверждает, что сотрудников заставляли фотографироваться под угрозой увольнения, якобы...
Чего? Реально? Не знаю. Верим? Не, ну это очень жестко, если что это за связывать кровью. Просто буквально покрасуйся с страницы экстремистской организации. Я думаю, что я прям верить не хочу в это. Я думаю, что это неправда. Базово думаю, что неправда. Давайте заканчивать первый опрос. Значит, у нас тут 66% считает, что нет, не нормально ругать принесшую письмо сотрудницу. 34% считает, что да, нормально. Но многие уточняют, что важно в какой форме и так далее. Я согласен с этим, что типа, наверное, как бы на летучке сказать, что вот девочка сделала это делать не надо, это очень тупо и опасно. Ну, один раз, наверное, разумно сделать. Вот, но... Не, ну буллить никого нельзя, но просто непонятно, как буллить. Если буллинг заключался в том, что вот то же самое сделано несколько раз, то это я не считаю буллингом. Это тоже неправильно, ну, не очень, мне кажется, правильно несколько раз это вспоминать, но это не буллинг. Итак, давайте, вы верите, что ФБК заставляла людей фоткаться?
На сайте.
Ну, понятно, что фоткаться на
Back to my old game, huh?
Cut the shot. Out to the rest.
На это намекал тогдашний директор ФБК Иван Жданов. И она говорит, что далеко не все непубличные сотрудники этой организации при этом были готовы к таким рискам.
Блин, там сисадминов указываете. Да хрена вы сисадминов указываете? Что это? Тут, ну, нет, тут показывают фотки. Я просто тут расследователь.
На это намекал
менеджер, юрист,
ФБК Иван Жданов.
Ян Матвеев, ведущий.
И она говорит, что далеко не все
ведущий пофиг абсолютно.
непубличные сотрудники.
Их можно заставить, это тоже не проблема. Даниил Голубев, сценарист. Ну нахрена он сценарист? Не, ну если он сам захотел.
Это организации при...
Кто? Нет, сотрудник почему хочет, вопросов нет, он может хотеть. Зачем заставлять? Зачем сисадмина заставлять?
При этом были готовы к таким...
Безумие, действительно.
Таким рискам. В рассказе Ирины есть упоминание и вот про этот эпизод с угрозой физического насилия в коллективе ФБК. Она об этом рассказывает вот так. Это было осенью 2024 года. У нас с коллегами произошло недопонимание по рабочим вопросам. Тогда руководитель отдела орал на меня, а коллега пыталась объяснить, что он неправильно понял ситуацию. В итоге он несколько раз занес на нее руку, но каждый раз, к счастью, останавливался.
Ну, это очень плохо.
Псих какой-то.
При этом на следующий день руководитель извинился перед этой девушкой, уточняя.
Ну, спасибо на это. Не, ну какой-то просто псих, его нужно снимать с руководящей должности.
Это Аллеман. Интересно.
В смысле, дать работу, которая подразумевает одиночество, пускай стенку колотит.
Момент этого интервью связан с поведением сторонников ФБК в соцсетях. Ирина дает понять, что, возможно, руководство ФБК как-то скрыто поощряет некоторых своих сторонников критиковать тех или иных людей в соцсетях.
МОН 3000. Доброго вечера. Александр, можете, пожалуйста, резюмировать вкратце, что здесь происходит и в чем суть ситуации? Я все простил.
Есть сотрудница ФБК Ирина Аллеман, была вернее. Ирина Аллеман ушла громко из ФБК и дала интервью Медузе. В интервью Медузе рассказала про токсичный климат в ФБК. Мы вот разбираемся, что она там рассказала и что там токсично, а что не токсично.
Она делает это предположение на основании двух вещей, насколько можно понять из интервью. Во-первых, после ухудшения ее...
Проголосовал до того, как увидел сисадминов. Жаль, изменить нельзя. Админов точно заставили фототься 100%. Ну да, сисадмин, который идет фототься... Интересно. Не, ну, я могу представить людей, которые прям хотят фоткаться и хотят вывесить себя на сайт, потому что и потом это показывать. Вот я.
Нет, это просто хорошее для гуманитарной визы.
Я думаю, у них уже у всех виза оформлена, поэтому у них у всех точно оформлена виза, а это все сотрудники только те, что... Куда? Откуда? Беженцы. У них у всех ВНЖ Литвы оформлен по работе с ФБК. 100%. У них с документами все в порядке. Короче, в любом случае, ФБК им совсем поможет. Это не обязательно для этого фоткаться на сайте.
В отношении с коллегами в ФБК саму Ирину стали критиковать какие-то люди в соцсетях, у которых на аватарках были фотографии Навального или символика ФБК. Ей писали, что она, цитирую, «мразь, предательница» и воткнула нож в спину. Вторая вещь, то, что, по словам Али,
Легион эльфов.
Леонид Волков и Иван Жданов на
Явчик со всех аккаунтов писал.
Тучках говорили о возможности создать свою фабрику эльфов, то есть, ну, таких добрых троллей в соцсетях, которые бы защищали позицию ФБК, видимо. Дальше цитата. Они говорили, мол, о том, что неплохо было бы иметь свой чатик со сторонниками и скидывать туда разные инфоповоды, чтобы те их распространяли. Не знаю, реализовали они эту идею или нет, но, кажется, нарративы руководства фонда неплохо расходятся среди сторонников. По крайней мере, они буквально говорят теми же словами, которые можно за неделю до этого услышать на летучке. В качестве примера она говорит о том, что вот стоило Леониду Волкову вспомнить, дескать, про термин ОНП-журналистика, как через несколько дней все сообщения от сторонников в Твиттере, как она говорит, стали напоминанием об этой ОНП-журналистике. Я напомню, что это такой пренебрежительный термин, который Алексей Навальный придумал после дела Ивана Голунова. Это сокращение от «отбили нашего парня». Впрочем,
Типа ограничиваться только этим? Только отбитием парня?
Ради справедливости стоит сказать, что Волков вспоминал про ОНП-журналистику не только на летучках, но и публично в Твиттере. Я как раз проверил это перед записью ролика. В общем, это, наверное, можно отнести и к додумкам Ирины Альман, но у нее есть и более существенная претензия. Никто из руководителей или публичных лиц ФБК не вступился за нее во время этой травли и не попросил сторонников организации прекратить нападки на нее в соцсетях. Вообще, это достаточно острый.
Не, ну нехорошо. А сколько это было людей? Ну, то есть просто как бы еще хуже не сделать, но нехорошо, надо было сказать всем. Эльфам. Эльфы, стоять, она еще наша. Давайте заканчивать опрос. Вы верите, что ФБК заставлял людей фоткаться на сайте? Не очень хорошо у нас к ФБК относится. Да, считают 70%, нет 30%. Но сисадмины действительно для меня тоже геймчейндж.
И больной вопрос, потому что, действительно, многие люди сталкиваются с весьма агрессивной критикой сторонников ФБК в соцсетях. Причем речь даже не о политических оппонентах, а о усомнившихся сторонниках или о журналистах, которые задают какие-то неудобные вопросы там, и в чем-то не согласны с ФБК. Мне самому тоже приходилось бывать в этой роли, хотя, в общем, я отношусь к такому довольно спокойно. Но это часто звучит как претензия к самой организации, мол, ваши сторонники...
А мне что-то никто от ФБК не пишет ничего. Меня никто не травит. А почему?
Ты просто не читаешь, Саш.
Ну, мне что могут в YouTube писать. Я в YouTube комментарии читаю. Так в Твиттере, так ты не читаешь, что в Твиттере. Ты что, сумасшедшая в Твиттере читать? Ты больше читаешь, что в Твиттере пишут. Твиттер же сборище для психически ненормальных людей.
Сторонники ФБК.
Не знаю.
Травят людей, а вы их, как минимум, не останавливаете. Впрочем, откровенно говоря, мне кажется, что сегодня трудно назвать политика, который мог бы похвастать, что в Твиттере все его сторонники ведут себя исключительно вежливо и сдержанно.
Мои все сторонники в Твиттере ведут себя исключительно сдержанно и вежливо. Ребят, вы же правду мне говорите? Вы все в Твиттере, если заходите, ведете себя сдержанно и вежливо? Ни одного не видел пчеловода, который бы оскорбил кого-то.
Думаю, что это претензия не только к ФБК, скорее вообще к манере поведения людей в соцсети X. К слову, о других политиках. Еще одна претензия, которую высказывает Алиман, заключается в том, что ФБК в какой-то момент сконцентрировались на борьбе со своими оппонентами внутри оппозиции вместо борьбы с путинским режимом. Вот еще одна ее цитата. В какой-то момент самой часто упоминаемой фразой на летучках было имя Максима Каца. Буквально казалось, что главный враг ФБК — это Кац. И вся
борьбы с Кацем.
Вся работа, все усилия должны быть направлены на то, чтобы его, разоблачить.
Ну, по работе это не очень было видно. Но в какой-то момент, может, это в момент именно кризиса этого? Железняк гейта? Не, может быть, в тот момент, да.
Затем его место заняли Невзлин и Ходорковский.
Это странно. Наоборот должно быть. Невзлин и Ходорковский все-таки во время Невзлин гейта должны были быть. А тут... Что, до этого? Просто не очень заметно по их публичному поведению. Они до этого Каца особенно не гасили. Мне так казалось. Да не, а как они гасили? Ну что, они в Твиттере срутся, это вообще пофиг, это никому не интересно. В Ютубе они что-то делали против Каца? По-моему, нет.
Вообще, политические конкуренты фонда, кажется, стали его новой целью борьбы. Когда-то целью был Путин и его режим, коррупция. Алиман согласна с распространенным мнением, что это, видимо, связано с невозможностью ФБК повлиять на основную проблему, на Путина и войну. И вот снова ее цитата. «Фонд лишен каких-либо рычагов воздействия на политику в России, не может участвовать в выборах. Да и выборов как таковых нет. Он не может проводить митинги, привычные кампании на земле. Вынужден, ограничен только каналами на YouTube, аккаунтами в ТикТоке и Инстаграме, запрещенными в России. Они, сотрудники фонда, пытаются найти какую-то точку для приложения своей энергии». И, наконец, в финале интервью Ирина еще рассказывает о плохих отношениях ФБК с украинскими политиками.
Так, сейчас вы все передумаете по поводу ФБКшников, понятно вам?
По ее словам, Иван Жданов ездил в Киев и пытался наладить этот диалог, но, насколько можно понять из ее слов, сотрудничество постепенно сменилось конфронтацией. Михаила Подоляка, например, перестали звать в эфиры популярной политики. И корреспондент «Медузы» в своем вопросе предполагает, что все могло измениться в марте 2024 года, когда на приеме в Белом доме в США Елена Зеленская, первая леди Украины, отказалась сесть рядом с Юлией Навальной.
Ну, нет, ладно, не будет вас лучше это мнение. Реально с этим связано? Ну, вряд ли. Они же до этого довольно долго пытались откреститься, как-то немножко отойти. Вот я мог приходить на популярную политику, про Украину я мог всякие гадости говорить. Ну, мог спокойно, свободно критиковать Украину. Вот один раз к Плющеву пришел, что-то про Украину мекнул, меня сразу Нино
wistful like this.
Yo, good to see you here.
Simmer down. Wants to flow, ready to blast. Floating, Roxy. Yeah, you gotcha.
We are united beyond the need for words.
Awesome. Can we do it again? That's my start of it.
Oh. I thought that there would be more. But turns out that no. It's just that.
Tweety bomb.
Stay frosty and no slacking. Okay. Since that's our modus operandi.
Табишвили как плать и попыталась съесть. Больше не звали вообще. Выгнали с позором. Выгнали с позором. Что? Выгнали с позором. Сказали, пшел вон отсюда. Сказали, позвали обсуждать, причем какое-то мероприятие. Мероприятие мы вообще не обсуждали. Обсуждали только, почему я такой негодяй про Украину гадости говорю. Ставили мне в пример Александра Захарова. Андрея Захарова, извините. Надеюсь, он этого не видел. Вот. Да, Андрея Захарова, что нехорошо, конечно. Андрея Захарова мне ставили в пример, говорили, вот он нормальные фильмы снимает, а ты... Да. Нино Расибишвили меня не любит.
Но никаких подтверждений этому не приводится, и Алиман тоже слух не подтверждает и не опровергает. Корнем же всех бед ФБК Алиман видит...
Давайте посмотрим, как там в оригинале про Украину было. Так, значит, Иван ездил в Киев и встречался с советником главы офиса Владимира Зеленского Михаилом Подоляком. Канал «Популярная политика» запускался в первые дни полномасштабной войны и изначально давал слово украинским спикерам, что для меня было очень важно. Я пришел на этот канал в 22 году, поскольку в первое время он был действительно нацелен на антивоенные стейтменты. Ну, для Ирины Алиман, видимо, антивоенные стейтменты — это обязательно проукраинские. Он буквально занимался контрпропагандой, о чем меня предупреждали на собеседовании. Мне говорили, ты же понимаешь, что у нас не журналистика, а контрпропаганда. В тот момент для меня это был единственный важный источник информации. Кто? Видимо, Михаил Подоляк? Или что? Или популярная политика? И, в общем-то, я была согласна с идеей контрпропаганды до тех пор, пока она боролась с путинскими нарративами. Теперь же кажется, что она касается всех политических конкурентов, людей, чьи позиции хоть сколько-нибудь не совпадают с позицией ФБК. Те, кто не с нами, те против нас. Но это действительно нехорошо. ФБК, надеюсь, выступает против войны. Конечно, выступает. Алексей Навальный 24 февраля 2022 года, в тот день у него было судебное заседание, выступал с антивоенной речью. Хочется надеяться, что фонд хранит его наследие и продолжает придерживаться его принципов. Так. Я могу только предполагать, в какой момент внутри фонда стали резко высказываться об украинских спикерах. О том же Подоляке его называли пропагандистом. То, что так и есть. И все больше людей в организации начали разделять эту позицию. Ну, потому что так и есть. Подоляк стал нежелательной персоной на популярной политике. Ну, просто... Ладно. Так. Его просто забанили. И правильно сделали. Леонид Волков назвал его на одну из летучих пропагандистов, коллеги зааплодировали. Не шучу. После этого главный редактор Руслан Шевдинов сказал продюсерам Подоляка не приглашать. Ну, молодцы. Интересно, я хотелось бы узнать про ту летучку, на которой меня решили не приглашать. Вот после этого видоса про этого Железняк Гейт. Они тоже рассказали. Штефанова не спать. И все, и не зовут больше. А Ирина Алиман была на летучках? О, она знает, как... Ну, она мне расскажет, я же в целом плохой человек для ее. А я вообще... Ну да. Так ну она, я думаю, знает, кто я и что я. Блин. Надо выяснить.
Ну, понятно, кого она больше не любит, тебя или ФБК сейчас. Я ее не травил.
Так.
Не буду. Не угрожал.
Подоляк единственный представитель украинских властей, кого в итоге забанили в вашем эфире. Постепенно число украинских спикеров стало сокращаться. Я не знаю, остается ли еще хоть кто-то из украинских спикеров в эфирах вообще. Я думаю, что российский оппозиционный политик должен учитывать контекст. И надо понимать, что есть критика, а есть довольно четкое высказывание пожелания определенной части участи. Слова Леонида Волкова, ну понятно, о том, что у Украины появится шанс на победу только после того, как глава офиса Зеленского Кирилл Буданов окажется в тюрьме, не являются критикой, тем более конструктивной. Ну, конструктивной не являются. Кроме того, мне кажется, надо как-то выбивать из себя имперцев, имперскую привычку лезть в дела других стран и указывать, что им нужно делать. О, вот так вот. Ну ладно.
А кто тебе не нравится больше, ФБК и Кирилл?
Не знаю. Давайте выясним, кто вам не нравится больше. Мы узнаем у чата. Не, у нас какой-то хейтеры ФБК. Хейтеров Алиман у нас мало. Пока Алиман 22%, ФБК 78%. Мы отравляем из себя имперцев.
Отсутствие ясного лидерства. Цитирую. В политической организации нет настоящих политиков, готовых брать на себя ответственность, признавать ошибки, принимать решения, внедрять новые идеи, как это делал Алексей. Говорить с людьми, которые в будущем могут стать вашими избирателями, привлекать на свою сторону тех, кто сомневается, разубеждать критически настроенных. Это требует признания проблем, ответственности и смелости. Проблем становится все больше, и вывозить их в ежедневном режиме все сложнее. Поэтому в ход идут проверенные методы – замолчать или сказать, что это происки врагов. Итак, подытожим. Основные
Вика, а можешь мне привести?
пункты критики получаются таковы. Руководство ФБК не отвечает на внутреннюю критику и нетерпимо к несогласию, как внутри организации, так и снаружи. Фонд недостаточно честно повел себя с донатерами, которые оказались под риском уголовного преследования. Затем, у организации нет публичного кризис-менеджмента, что приводит к скандалам. Далее, внутри токсичная атмосфера, на сотрудников давят, мало заботятся об их безопасности, к журналистам и даже к дружественным медиа относятся агрессивно. Фокус сместился на борьбу с конкурентами, ну а в корне всего этого дефицит лидерства, возникший после смерти Алексея Навального. Последнее, конечно, трудно назвать претензией, это скорее объяснение этих проблем. Радует, что «Медуза» при этом опубликовала и комментарии руководства ФБК, так что можно ознакомиться с их позицией, причем сразу 3 комментария. Леонид Волков, например, сказал, что он мало пересекался с Ириной по работе, но в целом считает, что ФБК — это политическая организация, а не просто офис. Тут есть своя специфика работы. Если политические взгляды, ценности или идеи не совпадают, то человеку может такая работа не подойти. По его мнению, так и могло случиться с Ириной Алиман. Мария Певчих назвала разбор претензий бывшей сотрудницы в «Медузе» неуместным и сказала, что не желает участвовать в публичной дискуссии. Она там говорит, что, мол, много откуда люди увольняются, почему про всех не пишут. Она поблагодарила Алиман за несколько лет профессиональной работы и предложила ей обсуждать вопросы в непубличных разговорах с руководством ФБК. Тоже вполне себе позиция. По крайней мере, от комментария не отказалась. А руководитель популярной политики Руслан Шавединов подчеркнул, что канал остается строго антивоенным. Владимир Путин называется в нем военным преступником, поэтому сомневаться относительно позиции канала по теме войны в контексте неприглашения каких-то украинских спикеров, мол, странно.
Действительно странно.
По словам, гости из Киева регулярно появляются в программах популярной политики. А Владислав Романцов и Иван Жданов не стали давать комментарии «Медузе».
Вот так вот. Дальше будет мнение Колесева Дмитрия о том, что полезного делать ФБК и почему важно обсуждать проблемы. Значит, что я хочу сказать по этому всему, по этой всей теме? Какая-то чушь. Каждый следующий скандал внутри оппозиции становится все скучнее и скучнее. Я думал, прошлый будет худшим, где Любовь Соболь побежала жаловаться, что Фейгин про нее гадости украинцам рассказывает. Тут уволенная сотрудница рассказывает про токсичный климат в ФБК. Нехорошо, нехороший там климат. Так, рабочий, действительно не очень хорошая рабочая атмосфера. Я бы не хотел, чтобы у меня был такой рабочий климат в коллективе. Не хотел бы работать в коллективе, где такой рабочий климат. Ничего бы не хотел. Но... Честно говоря, потраченного времени на изучение подробностей конфликта жаль. А вам? Ирина Алиман, если вы нас слушаете, я вижу, вот вы поставили за 5, что это очень важный скандал. Можете, пожалуйста, рассказать, как принималось решение о том, что меня на популярную политику не зовут? Просто интересно. На самом деле, при этом все зовут. Я перестал ходить через какое-то время, как раз после популярная политика меня перестала звать. Я в целом, принял решение, что мне это нафиг не надо, потому что ты тратишь время, ничего не получаешь в целом, и это время лучше потратить на написание сценария для своего канала. Нет смысла шастать по другим каналам. Практически никакого. Никакой аудитории это не дает. Иногда интересные ведущие. Единственное, что попадается, я поэтому на «Живой гвоздь» прихожу только под ведущих, с которыми прикольно мы ведем эфир. С Лизой Аникиной мы хорошо ведем эфиры, я к ней хожу на эфиры. С Айдаром прикольно бывает пообщаться. Вот. И, прикольно, конечно же, на дебаты ходить. А все эти вот Ходорковские лайв, какие-то там еще Грэмы, что там какие-то рассветы, шушеты. Не, рассветы это политическая партия. Какие-то есть разные каналы, которые просто приходят, придите в эфир, прокомментируйте новости. Но все это прям крайне неинтересно. Крайне выматывает. И не надо просто. На дождь пойдешь, на дождь бы сходил. У дождя аудитория побольше. И плюс мне было бы весело. Тоже, не то чтобы прям новости обсуждать. На дождь. Я бы на дождь сходил с Екатериной Катрикадзе караоке петь в машине. Курникову сходил бы, да у нас обсуждалось, в итоге не получилось из-за того, что я хотел в Берлине к нему зайти, но как-то в итоге не получилось мне в Берлин приехать. Когда закончится СВО? Позиция Единой России. Ответ, цитата, это решение президента России как верховного главнокомандующего, не региональных депутатов. Мы заинтересованы в скорейшем разрешении конфликта мирными средствами и готовы к любым переговорам. Президент многократно говорил об этом. А на вопрос, почему нет успехов в переговорах США и Украины, и почему они затягиваются, в методичке предлагается аж 4 варианта ответа. Первый, по сути, ответственность за начало конфликта и за его затягивание лежит на Украине. Значит, придется продолжать. Второй ответ заключается в том, что переговоры с США – это уже достижение. Посмотрите, как с Россией считаются, что аж президент Трамп разговаривает с Путиным. При этом о перспективе переговоров сказано честно. Пока своих условий не добьемся, ничего не изменится. То есть будем воевать, компромисс искать не стоит. Третий ответ вообще феноменален. Война продолжается ради того, чтобы не было войны. Только уже мировой. Мол, если остановимся сейчас и не добьемся нужных условий, то будет уничтожено все человечество. Я не шучу, там примерно так написано. Ну и четвертый вариант ответа процитирую полностью. Время работает на нас. Запад становится слабее, усиливается раскол в НАТО между США и ЕС. А значит, Россия рано или поздно добьется для себя более выгодных условий. Наши дипломаты не торопятся. Они знают, что делают. Короче, все ответы уровня старого анекдота про советских космонавтов, которых собирались отправить на поверхность Солнца. Их предварительно проинформировали, что в Кремле не дураки сидят, и они полетят ночью. Так и в ответах Единой России. Мол, ваше дело маленькое, поддерживайте власть, а те знают, что делают и точно разберутся. Ведь с 22 года власти демонстрируют невероятный профессионализм.
Endfield 150 usage to 10. 66. Okay. It's really confusing. Let's sit a couple minutes and see what's gonna happen. Ooh, broccoli video. That's cute.
Так. Тут разбито на главу.
Евангелие от Матфея.
Почему не разбито на главу?
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi, to the Nicole pre-release analysis. This is a character that's been anticipated for quite a while, and if you've been following the leak cycle at all, you'll know that there's a lot of people that are not entirely happy about where she's ended up at in terms of power. Does that mean she is a bad character who sucks and is awful? Watch the rest of the video to find out. Let's get right into it. Base stats, base HP, base defense, relatively low, but she's not an on-fielder, so who cares? Base attack, 342. She's a support and she buffs. And she buffs based on her attack. So what I usually say about base attack not mattering that much without the context of everything else in the kit, well, it matters a lot more here because the size of her buff is going to be dependent on the amount of total attack that she can actually get to. And she has attack percent ascension. So in what way exactly does this attack matter? Well, it's for the skill. Elemental skill Revelation, Uncreated Light, recreates a fleeting glimpse of an age-long past when the angels acted on the authority of the heavens, bestowing the Grace of Kenosis effect on nearby party members. This increases their attack and deals AoE pyro damage, as well as creates a shield of blazing light. The damage of the skill itself is really low, so we don't really care about that. The value of the shield is the exact same scaling as Inefa's, right? 376.01 plus 2820 at talent level 9 for both of them. But while Inefa is, you know, mainly a damage dealer, Nicole doesn't deal any damage. The only stat you care about on her is attack, which means that her shield is going to be pretty significantly tankier compared to Inefa's shield, just because she's going to end up with a lot more attack. And the buff that it gives, 14.25% of her attack at talent level 9, it's 15 at talent level 10, but it's basically just 15% of her attack being shared to the whole team, and it caps at 600 at talent level 10. How much attack do you need to cap that out? Well, you need 15% of your attack to be 600, so you need 4,000. Does Nicole ever get to 4,000 attack? Well, maybe. But not really. So, her base attack is 342. What sort of weapons can you be using on Nicole? Well, generally, because she only really cares about attack, for the 4-star weapons, really it's Ultsornai, and then if you didn't play during the event for Ultsornai, Flowing Purity instead. You can also use Scoured Atlas, or you can use her Sig. Let's actually have all three. You get 565 base on the 4-star stat sticks, Atlas gets 674, and Sig gets 741. The attack percent, this is where things are going to change a lot. The amount of attack percent that you get on a Nicole team can vary on a lot of factors. One, whether you need ER for the burst. It is possible that some of your teams are going to be a little cooked. It's possible you might not be able to run attack sands. Other than that, you can get external buffs, like Shorz's attack sharing passive when you trigger overload, like Pyro Resonance, Noblesse, TOM, and all of those buffs, as far as I understand, are counted towards her total attack for the attack sharing. For now, let's take a look at what it'll look like in a Varka team. You end up at around 3,600 on Ultsornai. On Skyward Atlas, you end up at 4,000, and on Sig, you're also over 4,000. So you're maxing it out with Atlas or Sig, you're not maxing it out with a 4-star weapon. And that means the amount of attack that you're giving here is about 60-something below Atlas or Sig on a 4-star weapon. The thing is, 60 is cool and all, but 60 total attack is lower than the difference between the attack buff you get with Bennett on Aquila and the attack buff you get with Bennett on Skyward Blade. It's really not that big of a deal. There's also another possible weapon you can run in these teams. A weapon that has 401, I believe, base attack, and no attack percent substat. Oh no, 418. Ah, it's over. We lost 100 attack. The mystery weapon here is TTDS. And if you run TTDS, the attack buff that you provide is about 100-something lower than a 4-star weapon, or 200-ish, a little bit less than 200, lower than Atlas. In exchange for that, you get a 48% attack buff to your carry, and because most carries nowadays have a base attack hovering between 800 and 1,000, worst case scenario, that's double the attack you lost from the lower base attack. Obviously, TTDS still has some conditions, right? It only buffs one character, unlike the Nicole buff, which buffs the whole party, and it's a 20-second cooldown, so there are some teams that won't get it every rotation, that will get it every other rotation instead. But the point I'm making here is, you shouldn't necessarily treat Nicole's attack buff as something that you want to like entirely focus on maxing out at the cost of other things. When it comes to buffs that have a cap, some caps are basically cosmetic caps, and some caps are meaningful caps. So Eonson, for example, is a meaningful cap, because it is very possible for Eonson to end up with way more attack than the amount of attack required to cap out her buff. With Nicole, you're very rarely going to end up with significantly more attack than what is required to cap out your buff, and in most situations, you're actually going to be below. So it's kind of more of a cosmetic cap than anything else. Anyways, getting back to Nicole's abilities, we have this buff that's 15% of her attack, capped at 600, which is pretty much always hovering between 400 and 600. Maybe a little bit less if you need ER Sands and TDDS, but generally pretty much around that. How does that compare to Bennett's buff? The lower end of Bennett's buff, talent level 10 Bennett with C0, 762. Higher end is 1200 attack. There's actually a pretty big difference between lower end Bennett buff and higher end Bennett buff. And this higher end Bennett buff is way higher than what Nicole is providing. So how exactly does Nicole potentially compare and compete with Bennett? First, the buff is team-wide. that's very good. Team-wide buffs are nice because a lot of characters released basically since Inazuma don't snapshot. Characters kind of stopped snapshotting at some point, which means that buffs that are only to the active character, well, your off-fielders don't really benefit from them all that much. And the other thing is her Ascension passive. For 20 seconds after using her skill, Nicole observes the current active party member. And if a character has been observed for 3 seconds, the attack buff gets upgraded, and you get an extra 300. This 300 isn't based on Nicole's attack, it's just always 300 no matter what. Hexerai characters do not need to be observed. This trigger condition is weird, because there are some characters that are not Hexerai that still basically get the full value from the extra 300 pretty easily. And there are some characters that get kind of gimped, that have half uptime on this 300, sometimes even less. But the main thing to keep in mind here is there is an extra 300 attack that just gets slapped on top of whatever she's providing, but only some characters will get it at full uptime, and a lot of characters get it somewhere between half and like 80% uptime. We'll talk about all those individual characters later though. Nicole also buffs her own attack with both the skill and this effect, and she's really good at observing herself. She likes mirrors, I guess, because her other Ascension passive is that when your active party members deal elemental damage, her own skill buff is upgraded to the one that gets a plus 300. However, this extra attack provided by her skill and by this Ascension passive does not count towards the value of the attack buff she provides both to herself with that passive and to other characters. It only counts for the rest of her kit. So I'm not actually entirely sure if her shield value is snapshotted before or after she gets the buff. If it's after she gets the buff, then she'll just get that extra attack on her shield tankiness always. And if it's before she gets the buff, then she'll only get it starting on the second rotation because the duration of the buff is longer than your skill cooldown. But the main reason why you would care about increasing Nicole's own attack is for her burst. So let's talk about her burst. Elemental burst, Revelation, Ladder of Divine Ascent. As Nicole weaves the path of Anchored Fate with golden threads of light, she deals AoE pyro damage and switches to Silent Contemplation mode. In this mode, when nearby active party members hit an opponent, an arcane projection is summoned to perform a coordinated attack against the opponent, dealing AoE elemental damage of the character's corresponding elemental type. The damage scales based on the corresponding character's attack and will be considered as having been dealt by them. It occurs once every 3 seconds, up to 4 times. In other words, this is motion value. This 171, you can think of it as a plus 171 to whatever numbers you would see here on your character's talent values. Couple caveats, I don't think it has a damage type tag, so elemental skill, elemental burst, whatever. So sets that buff a specific type of damage won't actually increase this. It has a 0U gauge, which means it cannot trigger a reaction. It doesn't get multiplied by true multipliers like Varka's times 2.2 or Yoimiya's skill. But other than those caveats, it's basically just extra motion value on your carry. Or on your supports, depending on who you swap into after Nicole. Because there are some rotations where you want to swap into Nicole earlier, and then maybe you will get one of these projections on a character other than your carry. 171 4 times is less than 700 total, and you can effectively think of it as, like I said, 700 motion value on your carry. Is a 2-ish second burst animation worth going through for 700 extra motion value on your carry when you have a character like Kanich that's getting 6,000 from the E's plus all the QQs plus the burst? No. The answer to that is no, it's not. In most teams, just based off of this part of her kit, just the burst itself, the burst is kind of just not worth using. But it won't necessarily be the case for Hexerai characters. So Nicole is a Hexerai character, and as such, she has a Hexerai passive. If you have 2 Hexerai in the party, the damage dealt by the arcane projections triggered by Hexerai characters is increased by 300% of Nicole's attack. Now, Nicole's attack will generally be higher than your carry's attack because your carry builds crit, whereas Nicole doesn't. And this is where the fact that Nicole buffs her own attack with the
that's
passive
really
with the skill
unfortunate.
matters. Generally, it's like about double the value because of the slightly higher attack and the slightly less than double scaling on it. So you add double the value, so you're multiplying the damage of the projections by the burst by 3. And at that point, it very much is worth using. The thing is, we have to remember, okay, this is not just a bonus that you will get no matter what if you have Hexerai Resonance on your team, because even if you have this passive activated, even if you fulfill the trigger condition for this to work, if you're triggering Arcane Projections with a non-Hexerai character, it still doesn't get increased. So this is only for Hexerai carries. On top of that, if you want to make sure that your Hexerai carry is the one that is getting all of the projections, you probably want to swap from Nicole to them directly. Now, there's a lot of moving pieces here, and we're not actually done yet, because there's one more moving piece that can significantly affect the importance of her on your team or on your account, which is a new artifact set. So we got 2 new artifact sets coming next patch, a Superconduct set, which doesn't matter because we don't have Superconduct characters yet, so we don't need to care about that one. This is the one we care about. Celestial Gift. It used to be called Bounty of Nature in the data mines and in the leaks. If I call it Bounty by accident, just know I'm referring to this set. 2-piece, 20% energy recharge. 4-piece. If the equipping character has completed Witch's homework, after they use an elemental skill, they gain Light's Guidance for 20 seconds. All nearby party members gain a 20% elemental damage bonus corresponding to the equipping character's elemental type. So, if you use this on Nicole, she will give a 20% pyro damage to your team for 20 seconds after using her skill. This does not need Hexerai Resonance to work. You can always give the 20% pyro damage, but only Hexerai characters can wear this. If you have Hexerai Resonance active, though, the effect gets upgraded. And instead of 20%, it's now 40%. And instead of only being the wielder's element, it's now both the wielder's element and the element of your current active party member. It says it doesn't stack, so you don't get 80% if you're on wielder as pyro, but this is effectively 40% pyro damage and 40% damage of whatever element your on fielder is. If you're using this on Nicole, which, again, right, we default to the Varka team, is going to be 40% pyro, 40% animo damage. 40% is a lot, right? Scroll, which was also 40%, was very good. The trigger condition for this requires less work to get through if your team can use it. It's just a question of whether or not your team can use it. But it doesn't force you into rotations to proc it, because it procs just passively anytime you use an elemental skill. What we're comparing this to, outside of Scroll, because Scroll is only for Natlan characters, is, well, your other alternative support sets, which are TOM, Noblesse, non-Natlan Scroll, Song of Days Past. And this 40% damage without a trigger condition that's full duration is generally 2 to 2.5 times better, basically, in terms of the amount provided by the support set. And this is obviously going to be part of what makes Nicole good. So, we have all of these pieces, right? We have the 400 to 600 attack, we have the extra 300 attack, we have the burst, we have the set, 40% damage, potentially the TTDS, and Nicole's overall value is going to vary a lot based on how many of these factors a given team benefits from. So let's bring it back to the Varka team. The Varka team gets the 400 to 600 attack. I mean, every team does, actually. So this part is like always there. That's the baseline. The Varka team gets the 300 extra attack because Varka is Hexerai, so you get full uptime on it. The Varka team has Varka as your own fielder, so you have the Hexerai passive and the burst being useful. The Varka team does not actually benefit from the set. Now, does that mean you're not using the set? No, that's not at all what I'm saying here. But when you look at Premium Varka, right now already runs 3 Hexerai characters, which means that what you get out of using Nicole here is not the 40 damage percent from the set, it's a damage set on Durin. Because otherwise, you would just put the support set on Durin. And getting a damage set on Durin is nice, but it's not nearly as impactful as enabling this set from scratch. So you get about half the value from that. Let's put it in orange. For the other one's in green. And then the TTDS, you get full value. And so the Varka team actually gets a lot of value from pretty much everything here. If you compare it to Bennett, there's another additional factor, which is the off-field buff. And the Varka team has Durin, so you do actually get some value out of the off-field buff. There's also a couple of extra factors. The shield, Varka's teams by default don't have a shield, and Varka does kind of like having one. And the last factor that might be a little bit less obvious is the energy. Nicole's elemental skill generates 5 particles. 5 particles is quite a lot compared to Bennett. Bennett generates 2 to 3 particles of
Mirror, mirror on favorite bits about being Hololive, meeting Ollie Senpai.
Listen, I'm about to reply, but do you want, like, an appropriate reply, or do you want an honest reply that may sexually assault you in a weird way?
Whatever your heart desires, my darling.
That got me wet.
Oh, baby!
Mirror, mirror on the wall.
Big thank you to Nebula for sponsoring this video. In October of 2010, Rob Ford became the 64th mayor of Toronto. He had run a campaign that had caught everyone by surprise, bulldozing the establishment candidates with a ragtag coalition of voters nicknamed Ford Nation. The rest of the country, united mainly by their disdain for Toronto, pointed and laughed. Look at what they brought upon themselves. A loudmouth buffoon. Finally, a mayor befitting its reputation. A city desperate to be the center of attention. The first order of business was his inauguration, set to take place on December 1st. It was Rob's prerogative to choose someone to lay the ceremonial chain around his neck. Although typically judges were the norm, Rob was an unconventional mayor, and he wanted an unconventional pick. And as a sports guy, Don Cherry fit the bill. A Canadian icon, Don Cherry was the former coach of the Boston Bruins, but better known as one of the hosts of Hockey Night in Canada. Cherry's whole gimmick was that he was loud, and his co-host was not. He also wore the loudest suits you can possibly imagine. Besides his debatable hockey opinions and his butchered pronunciation of Eastern European names, he was also an outspoken conservative, and a fan of Rob Ford.
Well, actually, I'm wearing Pinko for all the Pinkos out there that ride bicycles and everything. I thought I'd get it in.
Within seconds, he has used the term Pinkos. It's like the 1950s never ended for him. He sets the tone for the new term by telling a misleading story about an elderly Toronto woman who had her tree chopped down by the city and was stuck with a $5,000 bill.
City Hall, please help us. 30, 40 calls, unbelievable, nothing, laughed at. Rob's in the mayor, one day, apology comes and a $5,000 check.
That is partly true, but Rob had nothing to do with it. City staff had been responsible for that fix. He ends his speech with a straight-up taunt.
And that's why I say he's going to be the greatest mayor this city has ever seen as far as I'm concerned, and put that in your pipe, you left-wing kooks. Thank you very much.
Cherry's wildcard speech was unexpected, but Rob was all smiles. Less happy were the other city councilors. Cherry's speech caused battle lines to be drawn from day one. This was the map that won Rob Ford the election, a stark barrier between the downtown and suburbs. To quote a 2012 op-ed, "Toronto is a city at war with itself." When Rob and his staff first moved into the mayor's office in December 2010, they discovered a gift left over from previous mayor David Miller. Inside the desk drawers were several packets of gravy powder. It was a tongue-in-cheek reference to Rob's gravy train slogan, his nickname for the excessive spending at City Hall. Congrats! They'd found it. Rob could argue, having won 47% of the vote, that he was elected with a mandate to rein in spending, cut taxes, take on the unions, and build subways. Could he do all that? Half the city was cheering him on, and the other half wanted him to fall flat on his face. Just like when he was a councillor, there were two versions of Mayor Rob Ford, the one in the council chamber and the one on the street. A big part of the mayor's job is to be a city's mascot. Smile for the cameras, shake hands, kiss babies, cut ribbons. All things Rob excelled at, and a good thing too, because almost immediately, he was receiving over 100 event invitations a day. Mel Lastman had been a flamboyant showman who marketed Toronto to the world stage. David Miller brought a sense of polished intellectual charm, and Rob brought with him folksy relatability. If he wasn't supporting a local sports team, he was out and about at whatever festival was on that day. He was also weirdly prone to slapstick antics. Here he is walking face first into a camera. Once he tried to hike a football, and he nearly fell flat on his face. Photographers must have loved him because there was no shortage of images where he's engaged in some ridiculous hijinks. People were less happy with some of his other mannerisms. He had a habit of ending speeches with "God bless Toronto," a mostly harmless but still jarring change for an elected position that had been fairly secular for decades. For all his faults, Mel Lastman had made a point of attending Toronto's yearly Pride Parade, even though he was initially uncomfortable. Since Barbara Hall had set the precedent back in the 90s, it was simply the job of the mayor to show up and celebrate their city's diversity. Not so, said Rob. He didn't care if you were, quote, straight, gay, black, white, or purple. He didn't think city money should go towards parades of any sort, and he wasn't obligated to attend either. See, it usually fell on Canada Day weekend, and he'd never missed that weekend at his family's cottage before. Again, we see the Rob habit of lying about easily disprovable things, as he'd been in town campaigning the previous year. This was the sort of inane discourse that dominated much of Rob's first year as mayor. He'd choose bizarre hills to die on, and no one was about to change his mind. This stubbornness carried over into the other half of his job. As mayor, Rob was now expected to lead city council, manage his direct employees, advocate for legislation, work with city staff, and all manner of tasks far more boring than showing up to food festivals. David Miller had employed 25 staff members, and Rob, somewhat arbitrarily, decided that was far too many. He was the cost-cutting guy after all. He slashed his own office budget from $2.7 to $2 million and insisted that he only needed 18 staff. Why 18? Unclear. But even with that guideline, his office struggled to have 18 staff members employed at any given time, and it was a constant revolving door of talent. Case in point, Nick Kouvalis. Kouvalis had been Rob's campaign manager and an integral part of why he had won the election. Despite himself admitting that he lacked the skill set, he was made Rob's first chief of staff, a position he planned to stay in for just 6 months. But he would bail even earlier than that, following several personality clashes with other staff, but also with Rob's brother, the newly elected councillor for Ward 2, Doug Ford. We'll take a closer look at the relationship between the brothers later on, but it's safe to say that Doug had strong opinions on who got hired in the mayor's office. By the end of his term, Rob will have had 5 chiefs of staff, with the longest only lasting 18 months. Rob's insistence on cutting expenses meant that he skimped on critical positions that would have made his term run a lot smoother. He was never willing to pay the typical salary for a comms director, and his early hire, Adrian Batra, left the office to become an editor at the Toronto Sun. He was even unwilling to hire himself a driver, insisting on using his own car to get to and from his house in Etobicoke every day. On a few occasions, he was spotted by residents on his cell phone and reading documents while driving. When they told him to stop, he gave them the finger. His excuse? He's a busy guy. Much of what we know about the inner workings of Rob's office come from a few key sources. Some former staffers like Nick Kouvalis, executive assistant Tom Bayer, and policy advisor Sheila Paxton have given tell-all interviews knowing they'd already burned bridges with the Fords. Many staff members gave confidential interviews to the police, which were later made public. And finally, we have a book written by his third chief of staff, a man named Mark Toohey. He was hired early on into Rob's mayoral campaign and acted in various capacities as a comms and policy whiz. To give you a sense of his importance, Toronto Life once called him the mayor's Rasputin, and Nick Kouvalis called him, quote, one of the smartest people I've ever met. Toohey's book is quite informative, however, it is worth considering the context in which he wrote it. Toohey claims he was the only person Rob ever fired. The book often reads like he is trying to distance himself from Rob's failures while taking credit for his successes. Regardless, Toohey was a clear ideological force behind the scenes in Rob's administration. He is both a former army man and an outspoken small government fiscal conservative. As an example, in a blog post written in 2010, he advocated for selling off the entire Toronto transit system to the private sector. His detailed knowledge of procedure would prove essential to enacting Rob's agenda, because although Rob won the mayor's office in a landslide, he was still just one vote out of 45. Some of you may be confused. For the American viewers out there, and also some of the Canadian ones, you likely have some incorrect assumptions about what exactly the mayor of Toronto can do. This is a phenomenon sometimes called the presidentialization of the mayor's office, where Canadians assume their mayors are more powerful than they actually are because the media they consume mostly depicts American mayors. Big city American mayors are generally not part of city council. They exist separate to it, as a sort of municipal executive branch. It's analogous to the governor and the state legislature, or the president and Congress. Council votes on bylaws, and the mayor can sometimes veto them. The mayor also gets to directly appoint department heads for city staff, and they often have control of the city's budget. This is not how it works in the Canadian system. Here the mayor is part of council, and is just one vote like everyone else. High-ranking city staff, like the city manager, are considered non-partisan, and they take instructions from council as a whole, not just the mayor. However, the mayor is considered the head of council, aka the first among equals, and they have a small array of procedural tools that councillors don't have access to. This dichotomy is sometimes called a strong versus weak mayor system. However, Professor Kate Graham of the University of Western Ontario ran a comprehensive study on the Canadian mayor, and she points out that the strong versus weak terminology is misleading. Just because Canadian mayors have fewer explicit, hard powers doesn't mean they are any less effective. Instead, they must rely on their soft powers to get things done. So what are those soft powers? Well, first and foremost is resources. They have a much larger office budget than councillors. Even though Rob ran a slimmer staff than his predecessor, it was still far more than the 3 to 4 staff a typical councillor gets. Council often votes on over 1,000 pages of legislation per week, far more than they could ever actually read. Because of this, many councillors rely heavily on the mayor and their staff to direct city council meetings, and on low-stakes procedural issues, they often follow the mayor's lead. Next is the size of their platform. Toronto is the media epicenter of Canada, and all the major papers and TV networks are based there.
The mayor has a national platform, and if they announce a press conference, dozens of cameras will be there, and whatever they say will likely make it onto the nightly news.
They get to control the conversation simply because residents see and hear from them on a regular basis. A councillor could do the same and maybe get a handful of reporters at best. Similarly, the mayor is the informal point of contact for the province and the federal government. Although strictly speaking, council has to approve any major decisions, the mayor often acts as a negotiator on behalf of the city, especially when it comes to requesting funds. A good relationship with the other levels can make or break a mayor's entire term.
Rob had a bit of a mixed bag, with the Liberals in Ontario and the Conservatives nationally. But there's always votes to be won in Toronto, so playing ball with the mayor is in their best interests.
And as of 2006, thanks to the City of Toronto Act, the mayor now had the ability to appoint an executive. If Rob was going to lock down 22 votes, he needed to start picking favorites. Let's meet the teams.
Canada is a bit of an oddity among Western nations, as they simply don't have traditional political parties at the local level.
This is in stark contrast to similar countries like the US and UK, where their biggest cities are run by the same parties that run the entire country. Even the provinces that do have local parties, like Quebec, BC, and recently Alberta, those parties are unique to the cities they run in. The Canadian distaste for local parties arose during the early 20th century, when a citizen-led reformer movement made a huge push to eliminate local corruption. Even today, public polling shows that Ontarians do not like the idea of local political parties for a whole host of reasons.
Voters like the idea that their mayor and their councillors won't just toe a party line, but will instead make up their mind based on the feedback of residents they represent.
As you can imagine, this makes a Toronto City Council term quite unpredictable. Some councillors will openly identify as left or right, but how far left? How far right? Fiscally or socially? And anyone who's paid even the slightest attention to their city's politics can tell you that being a NIMBY transcends being on the left or the right. Again, citing Kate Graham's study, working with council was compared to, quote, herding cats or having 10 kids.
But Rob Ford had an even bigger issue. Regardless of their politics, he'd spent the past decade pissing many of his fellow councillors the fuck off. His staff quickly got to work dividing the council into 3 teams. Team Blue was anyone guaranteed or likely to vote with Rob on key issues, and they estimated around 23.
Team Red were people basically guaranteed to vote against literally anything Rob voted for purely out of principle. Or, as Rob would label them, tax and spend socialists. 15 in total. And finally, Team Yellow, the most critical. These were the centrists, the swing voters, or as they had been nicknamed in Toronto, the mushy middle. There were 7 in this camp, and a handful of them were also first-time councillors who had no prior voting record they could analyze. Their support may have to come on an issue-by-issue basis.
Although no official list of the teams has been made public, based on councillor voting records, this map is my best guess at the initial teams. As you'll soon find out though, allegiances were pretty fluid.
Although many of the fiscal conservatives on council were firmly Team Blue, it was still worth locking in their votes by awarding them with some goodies. As mayor, Rob has the ability to recommend which councillors get appointed to which committees. Committees are small subsets of council that deal with specific issues, like health and economic development. Before a law is voted on by the entire council, the committee works through city staff recommendations and amendments.
Before voting on whether a bill is sent to council as a whole.
Any random councillor can submit a bill on the floor of council, but this requires a 2/3 vote to even be debated. In other words, committees are the bottlenecks that control the passage of most legislation. And this is the first major tool that Rob can use to build his coalition. Put councillors on committees they want to be on, and appoint key allies as the chairs for key committees. In Toronto, there are 7 standing committees, i.e. the permanent and most important ones. Legally, every councillor needs to be on at least one of them, but that still leaves a lot of freedom. Early on, Nick Kouvalis took the time to meet with every councillor, to probe them on how they'd vote on key issues, and also to ask what they wanted. Rob did not attend these meetings himself. Tom Bayer, Rob's executive assistant, said, quote, "Rob's a campaigner. I think governing bores him. It's boring to go to the office every day. It's boring to read reports. It's boring to sign your name over and over and over again on these scrolls." Early on, Rob was showing signs that he wasn't willing to put in the legwork to do the job he was elected to do. But even without his direct input, Team Blue was assembled. Doug Holliday was made deputy mayor. A family friend from Etobicoke, his stone-cold temperament was a needed contrast to Rob's fire and brimstone. Mike Del Grande, budget chief. Francis Nunziata, speaker. Doug was appointed to the prestigious position of the mayor's brother. Olive branches were extended to former enemies like Gloria Lindsay-Luby. Giorgio Mammoliti, once Rob's arch-nemesis, was now his lieutenant, sitting directly beside the mayor and giving a thumbs up or thumbs down signal to indicate to Team Blue which way to vote on different issues. How do you explain his change of heart? Well, power is power. It's more appealing to be on the mayor's good side than relegated to the opposition for 4 years, and chairing a committee is a great resume bullet point if you're planning on running for a provincial or federal seat in the future, which turns out many of the folks in this room will go on to do. Some will have more success than others. Rob's staff made the strategic decision to stack the key committees like planning and growth, government management, and public works and infrastructure with at least 4 members of Team Blue, ensuring they had a majority on each. Meanwhile, they surrendered control over less important committees like community development and recreation as sacrificial lambs for Team Red. Last, and arguably the most important executive role to fill, was on the transit file. The TTC is the 3rd largest transit authority in North America. In a given year, transit is always one of Toronto's top 2 expenses, rivaled only by the police force. Not only does the chair of the TTC get a slightly larger budget and staff, Rob needed someone to champion his campaign promise of subways, subways, subways. Karen Stintz had been one of the fiscal conservatives on council who led the unofficial opposition under David Miller. Not only was she generally well respected, she was also a woman, something his executive team was lacking. Giving her the transit file was good for optics. Speaking in hindsight years later, Doug Ford said that naming her chair was, quote, their biggest mistake. But in Rob's first year, Team Blue was a united front. On December 16th, the first real session of council, 3 major campaign promises were brought forward for a vote. Cut the annual expense budget of councillors from $50K to $30K. Eliminate the $60 vehicle registration tax. Declare transit an essential service. Remember that Rob had tried to cut councillor expenses for most of a decade, failing repeatedly. But that's the thing about momentum. Rob was still in his honeymoon period. Councillors saw a city that would punish wasteful spending, and they fell in line. The vehicle registration tax, introduced by David Miller just 2 years earlier, was now gone. Miller had moved heaven and earth to get it passed originally, and it almost blew up his coalition. This new version of council wouldn't dare introduce new taxes anytime soon. And although less unanimous, council designated the TTC as an essential service, which in turn meant that its employees could no longer go on strike. And with 3 big victories under his belt, Team Blue was riding high. I want to take a moment now to introduce a key visual aid. The City of Toronto publishes an incredibly useful data set, a full record of every single motion voted on by council across the 2010 to 2014 term. First, we remove any committee votes, and any time Rob either abstained or was absent. That leaves us with just over 6,000 votes. We're going to graph them. Every single one. Big or small, every amendment, and every bit of procedure. And we check one condition. Was Rob on the winning side of the vote? So we can get a single number. A percentage. Just how in control is Mayor Rob Ford? Early on, the math is easy. Rob had a winning streak for his first 5 votes. 0% is a perfect score. Now, on his 6th vote, he finally ends up losing one, and his failure rate jumps up to 16.7%. He wins 2 more, and then loses another. Because of how the math works out, early lost votes look very spiky on a chart like this.
but with 6,000 points, this will eventually smooth out. Of course, it would be nice if we had a reference frame for this. Another Canadian mayor we could compare to. Well, I've got some bad news. Rob Ford is the first Canadian mayor for which we have a full term of voting data. Ever. I'm not joking. Rob Ford is the benchmark for which we judge all other Canadian mayors. Toronto was the first city in the country to publish data like this, and it only started halfway through David Miller's second term. Sadly, it means we can't analyze David Miller when he had his strongest mandate. We actually have the opposite. Those final 2 years were when David Miller was at his most controversial, passing unpopular taxes and getting blamed for mishandling a garbage strike. And still, in those last 2 years, Miller only lost 7.94% of his votes. The lowest Rob was able to get his was 7.32, and he achieved that on December 16th, 2010, the first council session of his term. He will never get that low again. He will spend the next 4 years trying and failing as the balance of power shifts away from Team Blue. But in the short term, he will attempt to govern from the top down, steamrolling a council that is still mostly in a trance. Stunned, he was actually able to win the election.
The people didn't elect him to be indecisive. It's why on day one, he announced that his predecessor's flagship transit plan, Transit City, was dead. Scrapped. 3 years of work tossed out the door. The press will ask, can he do that? And the answer was apparently a shrug. Although that particular rash decision would eventually bite him in the ass, for the time being, his willingness to move fast and break things left his opposition too scrambled to put up a fight. The steamrolling extended to the city's senior staff, whose years of expertise are intended to balance the partisan nature of city council. Joe Panichetti, the city manager, was the top-ranking bureaucrat. Officially, he worked for council as a whole, not the mayor. And yet, Rob wanted him to tag along while he was around the city doing his classic house calls with residents. Panichetti did this exactly once, telling the mayor if he wanted to talk, they would do it at City Hall. The brothers mulled about replacing Panichetti, as well as CFO Cam Weldon, with people more closely aligned with Team Blue. The deputy city manager left just months into her term because her advice didn't fit with the brothers' quote, right-wing ideology. Other high-level managers will leave for similar reasons, and the mayor's office was found by the city ombudsman to have interfered with many civilian appointments to the various boards and agencies. This was a new era at City Hall. Rob ended his first speech after being elected mayor with a bold declaration. Toronto is open for business. It's an interesting choice of phrase, one that's quite telling about how he viewed his job. The previous mayor, David Miller, used to refer to Toronto residents as citizens, but as many in the press noted, Rob preferred to call them taxpayers.
We were elected by the taxpayers. Taxpayers to the taxpayers. The taxpayer. Toronto taxpayers by a taxpayer. Taxpayers on taxpayers. It's about the taxpayers.
Taxpayers meant customers. You pay taxes, you get services in return. This was an attitude he learned from his father, who was big on customer service.
Our first priority of customer service is customer service excellence.
It's why he'd pick up the phone and do everything in his power to solve your problem, no matter how big or small. He'd personally move heaven and earth for you, but he'd balk at the suggestion that the city do the same. As he would regularly say, Toronto doesn't have a revenue problem, it has a spending problem. For any local government, the budget is the most important item the council votes on each year. By this point, Toronto's was well into the billions, and without it, the city can't do much of anything. Without a budget, garbage doesn't get picked up, water stops flowing, buses disappear, all hell would break loose. The 2011 budget cycle could have been a bare-knuckle brawl. During the campaign, Rob promised no service cuts, no layoffs, all while he wanted a sub-inflation property tax increase. Very much a have-your-cake-and-eat-it-too situation. But the 2011 budget period mostly came and went without incident. See, the 2011 budget was a compromise, a way to buy time for the real contentious budget fight him and his staff were planning for 2012. All the gravy, all the efficiencies, they needed a year to plan. In other words, Rob had just kicked the can down the road. And in fact, by cutting taxes, he was actually digging the city into a deeper hole. A hole he hadn't started, mind you, but one that his father had helped to create. I'm going to borrow a phrase from Enid Slack, one of Canada's foremost experts on municipal finance. The feds have the money, the provinces have the power, and the cities have the responsibility. To put this in more concrete terms,
If the federal government disappeared one day, you'd notice in a month. If the province was gone, you'd notice in a week. But if your local government went poof into thin air, you'd notice in a few hours. At least in Canada, we expect our cities to do so much for us, and yet for the past 30 years, they've been stripped of the powers to actually do it. In 1995, Canada's finance minister, in an effort to reduce the deficit, announced that subsidies to the provinces were going to be significantly reined in. Billions of dollars were cut off to areas like social housing and welfare. The provincial governments, who themselves were running large deficits, each responded in different ways, but Ontario was the most drastic. We're not quite done with our old pal Mike Harris just yet. You see, his wave of forced amalgamations were just the tip of the iceberg. Remember Mega Week? Another bill was passed then that saddled Toronto and every other Ontario city with a budgetary time bomb, a process known as downloading. The province was going to take over paying for some city services, uploading, in exchange for handing responsibility of other services to the cities, downloading. They claimed this would be revenue neutral. For every dollar they downloaded, they'd upload something of equal value. So now, the province was now fully responsible for funding public schooling. But in exchange, cities were now responsible for public health, social housing, welfare, transit, childcare, disability payments, and ambulances. Now, if you were a rural town with limited infrastructure, maybe this lopsided trade-off was revenue neutral. But it absolutely was not for Toronto, home of the country's largest transit service, which saw well over 1 million riders per day. In no other city with a transit system this big does 80% of its funding come from the fare box. Toronto, which has a much higher number of low-income residents than other cities, was now on the hook for major welfare payments. Revenue neutral was laughable. In other words, cities were given increased responsibility with no new ways to pay for it all. Because, as we established last time, cities are creatures of the province. Toronto is not allowed to implement new taxes unless the Ontario legislature gives them permission. Compare this to major American cities, which can enact a whole host of revenue tools like a wide variety of sales taxes, income taxes, and a bevy of others. And furthermore, unlike US cities, Canadian cities legally cannot run deficits. They can take on loans for certain capital projects, like building new infrastructure, but for the most part, cities can't spend more than they take in for a given year. That leaves them with only 3 major ways to pay their bills. Coming in at number 3 is transfers from the feds or the provinces. These transfers are often part of short-term deals that can be changed at any time a new party assumes power, so they can't be relied upon with much certainty. At number 2 is user fees, stuff like transit fares or water usage. Although this works for some things, many city services don't lend themselves to a user fee model, like roads or street lamps. And so, that leaves source number 1, the dreaded property tax. By process of elimination, it ends up being the main financial lever that City Council can adjust from year to year. Now, you might be thinking, this is not unique. Plenty of countries rely on a property tax for local spending. But Canada is a complete outlier. On average, among the OECD countries, property taxes make up a much smaller fraction of all taxation. In Canada, that fraction is way higher. Because they lack options in how to generate revenue, Canadian cities have become overly reliant on the property tax to fund themselves. And this has enormous political consequences. For one, property taxes aren't a great way to measure the use of a city's infrastructure. Take, for example, someone who lives in Mississauga, but who commutes to Toronto for work each day. Their property taxes go to Mississauga. They aren't paying for the upkeep of Toronto's roads or its subways. Secondly, because it's such a visible lump sum tax that you get each year, it is highly politically toxic. At the local level, many voters are disengaged, but homeowners and landlords are often an exception and will mobilize to vote out councillors who raise their taxes. Property taxes are very weird. They work in the opposite way most taxes do. Take an income tax. Normally, it's just a percentage. You set the percentage and you calculate how much money you collect. What's nice about this is that it scales automatically with the larger economy. You can just keep the same percentage year after year without adjusting for inflation. But for property taxes, you first add up all the things you need to pay for and then calculate the necessary property tax percentage. Even though property values generally increase year after year, especially in a housing market as rich as Toronto's,
That doesn't mean property taxes automatically go up. Your house valuation doubling does not mean your property taxes double as well. City Council has to choose to raise the property tax each year. It's not automatic. Even to just keep up with inflation, City Council would need to increase it by the inflation rate each year. So, in effect, an increase at exactly inflation is not a tax hike, but instead a tax freeze. And any increase below inflation is actually a tax cut. If this sounds confusing, it is. I haven't even mentioned that there are actually several different tax rates for different categories of buildings. All of this complexity benefited Rob during the campaign.
Every year for the past 10 years, City Hall has raised your taxes.
Which is technically true, but many of those years were below inflation. Toronto has some of the country's lowest property taxes, especially compared to neighboring cities in the GTA. Between 2001 and 2012, property tax revenues per household have actually fallen by 15%. Instead, City Council has plugged their budget holes elsewhere, like raising the commercial property tax to keep the residential rate low, or jacking up development charges, one-time fees developers pay when building new infrastructure. Toronto's commercial versus residential ratios are so out of whack, the province actually stepped in and forced council to get them closer together. City Council has been intentionally starving itself of necessary long-term funds out of fear of the political consequences. And this often comes at the expense of much-needed infrastructure maintenance. They're constantly kicking the can down the road. Mel Lastman's promise, Mel makes it work, was that he could run the amalgamated city without raising property taxes for 3 straight years. It helped get him elected, but it was devastating to the city's finances, digging themselves into a hole from day one. The only way the city had closed the budget gaps was by negotiating lump sum payments from the province. And although David Miller was sometimes portrayed as a tax and spend socialist, most of his tax increases hovered within 8% of the inflation rate. Rather, he recognized that the city needed more revenue options. And so, when he negotiated the 2006 City of Toronto Act, it gave Toronto revenue tools that no other Ontario city has to this day. But even then, implementing them was a colossal battle, one he almost lost in a close vote. He managed to pass a vehicle registration tax, which would have cost residents $60 per year. This, combined with the new land transfer tax, were estimated to bring in $354 million to the city per year. When he ended his term in 2010, he actually left the city with a $350 million surplus. And yet, as you've seen already, both the VRT and the land transfer tax were despised almost immediately. Rob was elected in part to eliminate both of them. The VRT got canned on day one, and Rob wanted the land transfer tax gone by the end of his term. Do people like paying new taxes? No, obviously not. But willingly depriving the city of new revenue tools when it already has so few to choose from is just bad policy. And so in 2011, he actually went above and beyond his campaign promise of a sub-inflation tax increase. And he kept it at a 0% increase. 0. With the VRT gone and TTC fares frozen too, this blew through the city's entire surplus. If not for that surplus, he almost certainly would have had to break his promise on not cutting services or laying anyone off. Not only did he completely freeze the property tax, they did it by pioneering a procedural workaround that is still used in Toronto to this day. Mark Toohey explains that by designating the property tax rate as the mayor's priority item, council was forced to vote on it first, essentially locking it in. So now the priorities of the budget have been inverted. Instead of determining all the things the city should pay for and calculating the property tax after, instead you set an arbitrary percentage and have to make the spending conform to that number. It seems like a subtle change, but it turns the budget process into a fight over optics rather than substance. Because of procedural rules, if council wanted to change the tax rate later on in the debate, it would have to do so with a 2/3 majority, which is basically impossible to do. By blowing through the surplus in their first year, they had set up the 2012 budget to be an all-out war by projecting a terrifying sounding $774 million deficit. Repeating 774 ad nauseum was an intentional strategy to burn it into the public's mind. The Toronto Star mentioned the number in 73 articles in just 2011. By painting the specter of a beast to be slain, it gave Rob the ammunition he needed to try and make aggressive cuts in the 2012 budget. In the meantime, Rob turned his sights to his next major battle, one he'd been laying the groundwork for since the historic 39-day garbage strike. In 2011, Toronto had approximately 50,000 employees working for the city, a 13% growth since the megacity's formation in 1998. If those employees went and founded their own city, they'd still be around the 60th largest in the country. If you've ever looked at a pie chart of a city's budget, the biggest slice is always wages and employee benefits. Rob had openly mused about how the city had far too many employees for years, and at one point, he said he'd work towards cutting it down by at least 7,000. It was unclear how he was going to be able to do that without breaking a key campaign promise, though: no layoffs.
No need for layoffs. About 6% of city employees retire each year. We'll replace only half of the people who choose to leave. In other words, if 6 people retire, we'll only hire 3 people to replace them.
We're going to do attrition where no one's going to lose their job. I'm just going to hire back 3% instead of 6%.
And over time, they'd consolidate jobs. However, this is one of those classic too-good-to-be-true promises. As soon as Rob's team took office, they found out that the actual attrition rate was only 1%, meaning their solution was a no-go. They tried to entice voluntary retirements with generous bonus packages, but not enough people were biting. And so, he and his brother had one magical word that was going to be the answer to all their problems: privatization. Doug, who had spent years running the family's famously non-union business, was especially aggressive. Quote, "We're going to be outsourcing everything that is not nailed down." And this meant everything from selling off city land, public housing, old age homes, and daycares to the private sector.
I'd like Toronto to sell up to $1 billion worth of surplus assets over the next 4 years.
As they like to say, why get city employees to do a job when the private sector will do it faster and cheaper? The problem for the brothers is that much of the city's workforce is unionized, around 30,000 or 60% of it. And out of all of the hard-fought contract benefits they'd won over the years, there was one that they'd refused to concede since the inception of Mega Toronto. Union employees could not be laid off if their job was contracted out or replaced with technology. They had to first be reassigned to another position. The unions called this job security. Rob had mockingly called it jobs for life. Eliminating this clause had been the white whale of previous mayor Mel Lastman. But Rob was elected in the wake of the Great Recession and had painted the city's unions as part of the gravy train. Across his term, he'd take on the unions several times, even scoring a victory on the very first real session of council. Toronto Transit employees had gone on strike twice in recent years, with the first strike only lasting 10 hours and the second strike lasting 2 days. Across 30 years, the TTC has only had 13 days of work stoppages. But nonetheless, the strikes were incredibly unpopular with the public, and Rob wanted to put an end to them. He wanted transit to be declared an essential service by the province, a legal designation that would remove the ability for workers to go on strike, and all negotiations would be sent to binding arbitration. Typically, this is a rare designation reserved for emergency services, like police and firefighters. This move was controversial even among members of Team Blue. Doug Holliday had spoken against this idea just a couple years earlier. But again, this was the Rob Ford honeymoon period, and the vote passed easily 28-17 on the first real session of council. This essential worker designation remained the state of affairs until 2023, when an Ontario judge overturned the designation, finding that transit employees did not meet the definition of essential, and taking away their right to strike was unconstitutional. The other question is, did this save money? No. As several studies have shown, negotiations resolved through binding arbitration rather than strikes often lead to higher salary increases, on average 3.3% per year versus 2.7%. Removing the right to strike was a punitive move against transit workers, not fiscal responsibility. Rob's next target was a direct response to the notorious 2009 garbage strikes. They were credited with sinking his predecessor's chances at re-election.
We can also find better ways to deliver some services, just like contracting out garbage which one recent report suggested could save Toronto up to $50 million a year.
Back when Toronto used to be 6 different cities, each handled local services in its own way. Of them, only Etobicoke, Rob's home turf, had privatized garbage pickup. When the city amalgamated, garbage pickup was divided into zones, Etobicoke continuing to use an entirely privatized workforce, and union workers across the rest of the city. Doug Holliday, who oversaw privatization in Etobicoke in one fell swoop, was able to achieve this because its unionized garbage workers did not have a job security clause in their contracts. Rob could not use the same strategy here. However, this clause only applies to permanent workers. Temporary workers are not given the same protection. Toronto's garbage pickup is divided into geographic zones, and so what Rob ordered the city to do was to put all 300 temporary garbage employees in one area, and all the permanent workers in another, dividing the city in half, with the famous Yonge Street as the dividing line. They can now fire half of the city's garbage workers and replace them with private companies. The plan came to a vote and passed 32 to 13. Rob intended to use this as part of his 2014 re-election campaign, where he could point to the privatized western half as justification for privatizing the eastern half too. In 2014, he would have been right. The west half was cheaper. However, by 2021, it turns out that the cost of the privatized side kept increasing, to the point that the unionized side was actually cheaper. Private does not always mean cheaper. This was actually a lesson the city learned back in 2007. The former city of York, much like Etobicoke, had been grandfathered in with privatized garbage pickup, but the city ultimately found it was cheaper to run it through the union, and it switched back to public. Privatizing garbage had been just
If we're gonna crit rate.
Phase 1 of his larger war against the unions. The contracts for Locals 416 and 79 were set to expire on January 1st, 2012. The mayor's staff spent months strategizing with a high-powered legal team and developed a plan to run circles around the unions. Now, both locals could have coordinated, but because Local 79 was undergoing a leadership election, they left Local 416 to take the lead. This was a strategic mistake. The mayor's staff decided early on that Rob would not be the face of the city at the negotiating table, and instead appointed Deputy Mayor Holliday, since he was a far more even-keeled presence. Now, the city could wait until the contracts expired and begin negotiations then, but instead, they preemptively began the negotiations in October. If negotiations went nowhere and a strike seemed likely, that would mean workers would have to picket during the dead of winter. Not only is that far harder on morale, it had the added bonus that it's not tourist season and there are far fewer services in the winter. Management was trained to prepare hockey rinks and drive Zambonis, and garbage in the snow doesn't stink nearly as much as it would in peak summer heat. The city was prepared to wait out a strike for half a year if it came to that. An even smaller subset of Team Blue was willing to wait it out for a full 2 years. They were so dead set, in fact, they were basically daring the union to force their hand. The union came in prepared to do everything it could to keep the job security clauses, and in exchange, they were willing to forego wage increases for 3 straight years. But the city was fine with giving raises. They were dead set on clawing back jobs for life and reducing health and dental benefits. As the bargaining deadline approached, the city had one last gambit to play. Normally in this scenario, the city would lock workers out. Workers would not be allowed to show up to work, and they would not be paid, a way to pressure them to come back to the negotiating table. But this is not what the city did. Instead, the city said, here are the new contracts. Either show up to work on Monday or go on strike. They were imposing terms. This put the ball in the union's court. From an optics perspective, if a strike happened now, the union would get the blame for it. This had never been done in a city in Canada before. There was no precedent in the public sector. Imposing terms was massively controversial among council, but the mayor didn't need a full council vote. Team Blue controlled the Labor and Employee Relations Committee, and that's all that mattered. Local 416 caved. They knew that their public support was weak following the garbage strike, and the prospects for a winter strike were grim. They ended up giving away the job security protections for employees with less than 15 years of service, and they gave up some health and dental benefits. The precedent had been set. Local 79 largely fell in line with mostly the same concessions. If there was a peak to Rob's time as mayor, it was without a doubt calling the bluff of the unions, something both Mel Lastman and David Miller had failed to do after 2 terms each. He was able to achieve this by taking a hardline stance while public sentiment was firmly against the unions. Optics is everything. Although very much overshadowed by his win against Locals 416 and 79, there were union wins under Rob's tenure. Local 4948, which represents the city's library workers, went on strike for 11 days and secured both wage increases and better protections for part-time workers, who make up the majority of the city's library workers. The success of the library workers union will make a lot more sense later on, but in short, library workers benefited from broad and vocal public sympathy in a way the other unions did not. After some early wins across his first year in office, Rob's approvals had slowly begun to shrink month by month. As his popularity ebbed, members of Team Blue began to question their allegiance, and in mid-February, he'd face a full-on revolt. There were plenty of reasons why Rob's coalition began to crack, but if we want to point fingers, there's generally one culprit that ends up with much of the blame. Officially, Doug Ford did not have a title beyond City Councilor for Ward 2, Etobicoke North. But from the day Rob and his team set foot in the mayor's office, Doug had been angling for more power. The Ford brothers are simultaneously each other's best friend and worst enemy. Doug is 5 years older than Rob, but they were still quite close growing up. Rob helped Doug on his paper route, they both played football, and they were each other's best man at their weddings. Although all 4 of the siblings teased and bullied each other, when someone outside the family did it, that's when all hell broke loose. According to Doug, quote, "Our dad used to give us permission. Somebody goes after your brother, you go beat the shit out of them. I'll deal with the principal." While Rob was the first of the brothers to run for office, it was Doug that first got a taste for politics, helping to run the mayoral campaign for Doug Holliday back when Etobicoke was its own city. Later, he'd be the one pushing their father to try and run for a provincial seat. You can learn a lot about Doug by his favorite book, Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. Of the Ford children, Doug was clearly the one with the most brains and ambition. He'd been running Deco Label since their dad retired, and he'd been the one to expand it down south into the United States. And unlike his siblings, he was notoriously sober. He never touched drugs, and he'd only tried alcohol once or twice when he was 18. Initially, when Rob ran for mayor in 2010, Doug had no intention of running for council, but he was convinced that Rob would need every single vote he could if he won, and so he jumped on board. Even though he was just a councillor, he acted more like he was brother-in-chief. He clearly wanted to be named deputy mayor, but that would have been a waste of a key appointment. Doug was going to vote for everything Rob wanted regardless. It was better to ensure the loyalty of someone like Doug Holliday than to give the mayor's brother a vanity title. Okay, fine, he saw the logic. But he still wanted to say on who was hired and fired. Some of the early staff were labeled as moles belonging to Doug, creating tension with Rob loyalists. Doug would show up to key meetings late, and then still leave early. He
also wanted the office right next door to Rob's, which on its own wasn't unreasonable, except he wanted a door installed in the adjoining wall so he could waltz right in whenever he felt like it. Rob absolutely did not want this, but rather than confront his brother, he said city staff told him it was no-go. But even with
Get behind me! Shoo! I'm in charge now. A direct hit! Got the shot! I see Ash. Huh? What the heavens? The sword's tone. Frost glistens! Even in Hollow Zero, justice will be served.
without a custom door, Doug was in and out of the mayor's office far more than Rob and his staff would have liked. Somehow, he had gotten himself a key and would sit at the mayor's desk, take phone calls there, or even host meetings in the giant conference room with his friends from the private sector. He'd make them promises like meetings with the mayor and then never deliver. He was always plotting to replace Rob's chief of staff with someone he liked better. Doug was acting like he was the mayor, and Rob would only occasionally stand up to him. He was always sneaking in on meetings with VIPs, like the mayor of Chicago or the prime minister. Tom Bayer, Rob's executive assistant, said that he often heard screaming matches between the two. It was so loud, you could hear them through the walls. Quote, "They have a huge rivalry. Huge. Doug was taller, he had more hair, he was slimmer, he was the one that took over the family business. He even won more high school football championships. Rob being mayor was the one thing Rob had that he didn't." Nick Kuvalis, who had quit the campaign several times due to friction with Doug, has said, quote, "I had no idea the animosity between the two brothers. I had no idea. Doug wouldn't miss a chance to take a shot at his brother, and his brother wouldn't miss a chance to take a shot at him, constantly undermining each other and trying to win over staffers to their points of the argument. Every day, on every issue, every little thing. So much drama and so much stress." Rob had a tendency to agree with whatever the last person to speak with him said. It was hard for his staff to get a read on what he actually wanted. Kuvalis and Tui would brief him on a plan which he'd agree to, only for him to come in the next day with some bizarre, poorly thought out idea. And every single time, it was because of the night shift. The night shift is what Tui nicknamed Rob and Doug's entourage. Longtime childhood friends or Doug's private sector pals. Some of the night shift ideas were from the campaign, like Rob's meeting with Donald Henderson. But more often, the night shift would be pitching to bring some sort of major attraction to Toronto, like a new casino, or even an NFL team. Another classic night shift invention was a weekly contest between the two brothers to see who could lose the most weight. Rob's incredibly ambitious target, 50 pounds in 3 months, seemed doomed to fail. And now he had to stand in a room full of reporters while his brother got to brag that he was losing more weight each week. Although early on Rob did drop a respectable 20 pounds, he quickly hit a plateau and would sometimes gain a pound from week to week. Once he was photographed eating a huge box of chicken wings and was subject to public mockery. One time he even fell off the scale and hurt his ankle. The whole stunt had turned into a weekly spotlight on the mayor's insecurities, and eventually, it just stopped happening. Early on into the term, the brothers were given a spot on News Talk 1010, where each week they would talk about their plans and generally complain about the left wing of council. But they didn't always agree 100% of the time. One of Doug's sticking points was that he thought the mayor should get a veto power. He'd spent a lot of time in Chicago for business, and the mayor down there could veto any bill that had less than 2/3 support of council. He felt that councillors were far too much like, quote, independent contractors. If you win a majority, you have majority control. And at the end of the day, he's responsible for the city. To be clear, 47% is not a majority. It's close, but it's not a majority. And on this issue at least, Rob was willing to push back.
Quote, I was always happy with the power I have. I don't know. I think my brother might be spending too much time in Chicago. To each his own. When the brothers were on the same page, though, they were unstoppable. Let's not beat around the bush. The Ford brothers are hilarious. They have such a distinctive way of speaking. They often started speeches with their favorite word.
Folks, 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 folks.
They were fans of alliteration.
$1 billion boondoggle.
When it came to spending money, they were, quote, as tight as skin on a grape. As for the press, Rob joked that he couldn't dodge questions because it's hard to hide 300 pounds of fun. And Doug, well, he was fond of hyperbole, using terms like lynch mob and jihadist attack. Their enemies always belonged to nefarious-sounding cliques.
Taking care of your special interest groups. For special interest groups, can I have the special interest groups, the QPs, and all the union members behind me? If they continue, can I ask them to leave the chamber because they're the same group that shows up all the time?
And left-wing councillors were bleeding hearts, poverty pimps. Meanwhile, their supporters were always taxpayers. It raises the question as to who exactly gets to be called a taxpayer in the eyes of the Fords. Because the main municipal tax is one on property, it stands to reason that unless you're a homeowner, you don't qualify. They were trying to run Toronto like a business, after all. And if you weren't a paying customer, you weren't worth their time. Of course, property taxes are paid by everyone at some point down the line. Landlords will just pass those costs onto their tenants. You also didn't qualify as a taxpayer if you had time to show up to a council meeting and protest. Both brothers had a history of telling protesters to scram and get a job. It's like they've never heard of the concept of having a day off or a shift outside the hours of 9 to 5. This song and dance was a rerun of something their father had done years ago at Queen's Park, halting in the middle of a speech to yell at protesters in the stands. The brothers love a good old-fashioned shouting match in council, and both seem to respect when someone is willing to fight back. Adam Vaughn, one of the more militant members of Team Red, got called an oxymoron by Rob. Vaughn hit back with, quote, "At least I don't take oxy." Doug would later say, quote, "I like Adam. You know why? He can take a political punch like I've never seen. It's like in hockey. You drop the gloves, and afterwards, it's done with." Doug had a bad habit of not being able to keep his mouth shut. Early on, he'd constantly leak confidential information to the press, either by saying something directly to them, or by telling a friend something. Mark Toohey cites an early meeting where a sensitive budget item was being discussed, and when Doug joined the meeting, everyone changed the subject to avoid having to hear the info he might leak. Worse, though, was when Doug would go rogue. Because Doug was treated as a sort of stand-in for his brother, there were a few times the mayor's office had to come out and clarify that the opinions of Ward 2's councillor were his and his alone. A classic example was the library debacle. At the peak of the budgetary battles, Doug made a comment about how his ward had more library branches than it had Tim Hortons. As everyone knows, you should never have more library branches than mediocre coffee shops, which is why he wanted to close one of them, quote, "in a heartbeat." This caught the attention of Toronto resident Margaret Atwood, who took to Twitter and mobilized her fans to protest. Doug hit back with, quote, "I don't even know her. If she walked by me, I wouldn't have a clue who she is." This is the classic debate tactic where you own your opponent by bragging about how few books you read. With a library worker strike looming and public backlash, the mayor's office was forced to state that library closures were not on the table. But if there was one single moment where Doug flew too close to the sun, it was his notorious Ferris wheel. Toronto's iconic waterfront on Lake Ontario is some of the most valuable real estate in the city. Council had approved a redevelopment plan a few years ago, and it was proceeding as normal. But then one day, out of the blue, Doug announced that he was personally commandeering the waterfront plan and replacing it with his own. It would feature a monorail, boat-accessible hotels, and a Ferris wheel. Both residents and council lost their minds. Not only were they outraged that he wanted to tear up a deal they spent years developing, his proposal would likely cost far more. They ridiculed his Ferris wheel, saying it would turn Toronto into a bootleg Las Vegas.
I do think we've realized, I certainly have realized, that the public in Toronto is far more engaged in the waterfront than we perhaps thought they were. Okay, so we're ready to vote. So we can put the motions on the screen, please.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 45 in favor.
Okay.
0 to 45. Not even he could bring himself to vote for it. Because Doug had gone rogue on this one, Rob was able to distance himself just a little. But on the horizon, there were even tougher battles. The centerpiece of Rob's election campaign had been stopping the gravy train, and the genius of that slogan had been just how vague it was. But in general, it was taken to mean waste of taxpayer dollars by City Hall. He'd had a pretty big win fall into his lap near the start of his term, when a scathing Auditor General report hit the Toronto Community Housing Corporation. Its board had been signing wasteful sole source contracts and spending outrageous amounts on Christmas parties, spa days, and even fancy chocolates. Despite some objections, Rob managed to get his executive to fire the entire board and appoint a new one. But beyond this, the hunt for the gravy train hadn't turned up much. He'd gotten councillors to cut their expense budgets, but hit a brick wall when it came to their salaries. It was easy enough for him to promise because he was a millionaire from a family of millionaires. But being a councillor is a full-time job. The expectation that it should pay like dirt means that candidates will self-select to only those who come from wealthy backgrounds like Rob. When Team Blue member Mike Del Grande pressed him on this, he told him, as if shocked, quote, "I'm as poor as a church mouse." With that avenue a dead end, Rob turned his energy towards cancelling projects mid-construction. With that avenue a dead end, Rob, as if shocked, quote, "I'm as poor as a church mouse." With that avenue a dead end, Rob turned his energy towards cancelling projects mid-construction in the name of cutting spending. Only for the cancellation to run up a crazy bill. This included canceling the Fort York pedestrian bridge, even though they'd already spent $1 million, and ripping out the fully completed Jarvis Street bike lanes at a cost of $300K. But in the entire lead up to the 2012 budget debate, he kept repeating the apocalyptic figure of $774 million as justification for why they had to make hard choices that year. To that end, they've commissioned something called the Core Services Review. They hired accounting firm KPMG to comb through the city's operations and make a list of potential things to cut. KPMG only had 2 months to write their 26-page report, which was released in July 2011. It was not received well.
KPMG did not find gravy. I want to say that the Ford agenda and Bay Street's agenda has never been about finding gravy.
You see, Rob had promised, explicitly, many times during the campaign, that, quote, services will not be cut, guaranteed.
We can reach this target by cutting waste. We do not need to cut services.
The billions of dollars of waste, efficiencies, or gravy, whatever you wanted to call it, would not come at the expense of any services. And yet, KPMG was explicitly told not to identify efficiencies. Rather, they calculated what percent of the city's services were mandatory, i.e. ones they must supply by law or ones which were critical to the city's operation. And it turns out 96% fell under that designation. They listed 69 potential cuts, or opportunities, to use their language. Stop adding fluoride to city tap water. Cut back on TTC service. Reduce or double the price of nighttime buses. Sell or close Riverdale Farm and High Park Zoo. Close the least used city museums. Reduce library hours or even close some branches. Less street sweeping. No public arts programs. Plant fewer trees. End a Christmas toy program for needy children. Recycle less. Cut down on sexual health resources. Reduce snow removal services. Added user fees for permits. In total, if you added up the cost of all 69 opportunities, it was $16.1 million, or less than 0.2% of the annual operating budget. Polling showed most residents were against the cuts, but Rob had done his own polling. He said some of the budget items are must-haves and some are nice-to-have, and that it, quote, makes sense to take nice-to-haves out of the budget. The report was going to be discussed at a session of the mayor's executive committee, his most loyal inner circle. And to his credit, Rob made a pledge. The meeting would be open to the public, and he'd sit there for as long as it took to hear the public's feedback, good or bad. This itself was a bit of a strategic play. The mayor's staff thought that having one marathon session, rather than multiple, would lead to many of the public leaving early. They'd also host it in a cramped committee room rather than the full chamber for the same reason. It did not make much of a difference. 169 members of the public will end up speaking. The entire session will last for a record-breaking 22 hours, ending at 8 a.m. the next morning. Some gave no-nonsense speeches.
I'm confused because there seems to be two gravy trains. There was a gravy train we heard about during the election, which I actually could buy into, that there's a lot of waste. There's inefficiencies. We water the plants too much. We get a free zoo pass, a free TTC pass. Yeah, I mean, if that was worth $700 million, I would have voted for you too. But now there's another gravy train, which people didn't vote for, which is more of a Tea Party libertarian ideology that cities, as we've heard in the media, should provide roads and cops, and everything else is extra. No one voted for that because that isn't what you said at the debates, Mayor. So there's two gravy trains, and people voted for the first one. I'm also confused because we've also heard about this immense, powerful Ford Nation which can be mobilized, and I don't see a single one of them here behind me today.
One man gave his presentation via puppets. Others showed off their musical talents.
One building, one book is all that it took to turn one small child on to reading.
Giorgio Mammoliti, who was always on the hunt for socialists, would ask every person giving a deputation to say where they were from. And each time, he would guess downtown, assuming they were the, quote, usual suspects. But the residents came from all across the megacity.
I live in North Etobicoke in Ward 1 at the northwest edge of the city, my city. I'm here today because I couldn't just stand by and watch the city I love get dismantled. I'm a proud member of a special interest group, the special interest group of Toronto residents who actually think that city programs and services that help all residents residents, and especially the most vulnerable, are worth protecting and worth paying for.
But the highlight that made most of the news coverage was a 14-year-old girl from Scarborough who barely managed to get through her remarks before descending into tears. Quote, "I'm no taxpayer, but when I get to use the computers in the library and do my homework, I'll be able to get a good job." One resident tried to sum up those before him. Quote, "What everyone has been saying is that the nice-to-haves are the things that make the city worth living in. Out of the 169 deputations, only 3 of them argued in favor of the cuts."
When are you going to tell us what kind of city you actually want to govern? Is it going to be the one that Torontonians describe, or is it going to be the one described by a bunch of consultants who told us to privatize stuff, and guess what business those consultants are in? Making money off privatization deals.
By the time a second all-nighter meeting was held in September, Rob's own executive had decided they weren't going to touch the hot-button issues like nighttime buses, daycares, community centers, swimming pools, and, of course, the libraries. The proposed cuts had proven to be politically toxic. No final decisions would get made until around 6 months later, when the 2012 budget was voted on in January. But even with all those backtracks, that wouldn't be enough to pass the budget as is. The mushy middle was making a power play. Josh Cole, a new to the council, was leading a ragtag band that included McMahon, Matlow, and Bylow. He had written an amendment that would put $15 million back into the budget. Even worse for Rob, a member of Team Blue was backing them. James Pasternak, who until now had been a loyal vote in the mayor's corner. $15 million was just 0.1% of that year's proposed budget. Letting them have this win would buy him some goodwill for future battles. But he just couldn't let it go. He couldn't see the forest for the trees. He fought hard against them. So when he did eventually lose the vote, the first major loss of his term, it proved he was vulnerable.
Motion number 1 carries 23 to 21.
It had been by the narrowest of margins too, 21 to 23. Even just one vote the other way would have forced a tie. Even though most of the budget had passed as the mayor's office wanted, losing that one amendment was a major symbolic embarrassment, and Rob could not hide his disappointment from the press. After this, you can see the dam break a little. He loses a rush of votes in quick succession here. In the long term, the mushy middle was morphing into a solid voting bloc with a mind of their own. As we've already seen, Rob was not yet a spent political force. He would win a victory against the unions less than a month later. But he only got to enjoy it for one day. On February 8, 2012, something unprecedented happened. A city council meeting was scheduled, against the wishes of the mayor. His TTC chair, Karen Stintz, had called it, and she'd only been able to do so after getting enough signatures from other councillors. She was starting a full-on mutiny. Karen Stintz's move against the mayor can be traced back to Rob's very first day in office. One of his first meetings was with the general manager of the TTC, Gary Webster. Many people expected Rob to have left that meeting having fired Webster, as he had been appointed under David Miller and was on board to enact his transit city plan, which Rob wanted to throw in the trash. Rob would eventually fire Webster, but that would be in 2012. Instead, Webster left that meeting willing to champion subways.
They want subways, folks. They want subways, subways, subways. Subways, 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 subways.
This obsession of subways traced back to one of his original crusades under David Miller, his so-called War on Cars. The War on Cars had 3 fronts, 2 of which Rob had already won. The first two had been eliminating the VRT and ripping out the Jarvis Street bike lanes. Transit City was the last front, and it had been the master transit plan of his predecessor, David Miller. Although it evolved over time, Transit City was, at its core, a plan to build several different LRT lines across Toronto, and Rob despised LRTs. Debates around transit can get very nuanced very quickly, so allow me to generalize just a bit. In Toronto's case, Council was arguing over 3 types of rail-based transit: subways, light rail trains, or LRTs, and streetcars, which you might call a tram in different parts of the world. Subways are very fast, high-capacity trains that often run underground and are completely unaffected by car traffic. Streetcars are small-capacity vehicles that use rails and overhead wires on regular roads. Streetcars/trams are successful in a bunch of cities, but I don't think it's controversial to say that Toronto's implementation of them leaves much to be desired. They get held up by red lights and regular car traffic, their stops are far too close together, and at peak hours they can be so slow it's genuinely faster to walk. Now, LRTs are sort of a middle ground between subways and streetcars. Their advantage is that they can, on paper at least, carry more people and hit faster top speeds than streetcars. And although lower capacity and lower speed than subways, you can run them along street level, which saves you the cost of digging a tunnel or building an overpass. And when I say they run along street level, they can be built with dedicated right-of-way lanes that often go down the median of wide suburban roads, meaning cars don't get stuck behind them. LRTs are not the same thing as streetcars. Rob either didn't understand this, or he was being intentionally misleading in order to justify canceling all of Transit City in favor of his subway plan. In 2012, Toronto did not have a single LRT route, and yet if you listen to Rob, it sounded like the city was overrun with them.
David Miller's Transit City is a multi-billion-dollar disaster. Although he calls it an LRT plan, it really is a plan to put streetcar tracks down major roads all over Toronto.
And as soon as you mention an LRT or a fancy streetcar, they look at St. Clair, they panic.
How many LRT lines do we have?
Counselor?
How many LRT lines do we have?
There's one that's called St. Clair.
No, that's a streetcar line.
And that's a complete disaster. You know what? I'm not an engineer. I don't have all
Mr. Mayor, do you know about the line that we're debating today?
Councillor Matlow, hold on a second. Let's just take a deep breath, lower the tone.
Do you actually understand that it's grade separated, that it doesn't rip out traffic lanes?
Okay, it does rip out traffic lanes. It does. You know what, Councillor? LRTs go down the middle of a road. They tear up your roads.
No, you don't. Mr. Mayor, do you know about this?
Okay. Councillor Matlow, calm down.
Now, was Transit City a perfect plan? No. LRTs can work great in theory, but in practice there are design decisions that can hold LRTs back from their full potential. Putting too many stops too close together, capping their maximum speeds, not giving them traffic signal priority at intersections. I've also seen plenty of criticism from transit advocates that say, if anything, Transit City wasn't ambitious enough. For a city as fast-growing as Toronto, some of the proposed LRT routes should have just been subways. Not all, but some. Good transit is one of the best ways to kickstart growth for a neighborhood. Love him or hate him, Rob did have his finger on the pulse. If you ask someone which one they prefer, they're going to tell you subways over LRT. Ultimately, the core of this debate came down to cost. Subways are significantly more expensive. You get fewer kilometers per dollar. If Rob could find a way to pay for his subway, then all the power to him. But reporters frequently asked him how he was going to get the money, and time again, he would dodge the question. His timeline was also incredibly ambitious. He said they'd be up and running in time to host the 2015 Pan Am Games. In hindsight, Rob Ford never had a subway plan. He had lines on a map, and a good slogan, but he didn't have a plan, and he certainly didn't have financing lined up. There are basically 4 options to fund a new subway. Raise taxes, a complete non-starter for Rob. You could increase transit fares, which was also a non-starter.
My plan does not include any new taxes, tolls, or congestion charges.
You could try and get the private sector to pay for it. This was Rob's go-to answer during the campaign and early on into his term, but he rarely gave specifics on how this would work. Why would the private sector fork over the money for this? Would they get to own and operate the new line? Apparently not. When pressed on this, his team would throw out vague ideas like selling naming rights for stations, or even selling air rights, letting the developers build on top of the stations. Both of these seemed far too piecemeal for a project in the billions.
That left only one realistic option: go hat in hand and beg for money from a higher level of government. Now, the Ontario government had funded Transit City for around $8.3 billion in 2007, enough to cover all of these routes. Rob's idea was to simply take that money and divert it to just 2 subway lines. Those would be an extension to Shepherd, a pre-existing subway line, and what would become the Eglinton Crosstown. Now, can Rob just unilaterally repurpose that money? After all, contracts had been signed and construction had even started on some of the projects. Premier McGuinty was surely not happy with the sudden reversal, but he did indicate that if City Council agreed on a subway plan, the province would still pitch in funding. The problem was that switching to a subway had ballooned costs by around $4 billion. Rob and his team would have to look elsewhere to close that gap. This was where the stars aligned for Rob. The sitting finance minister was Jim Flaherty, a longtime family friend who had given the eulogy at his father's funeral. And the federal Conservatives were always looking for ways to win votes in the Toronto suburbs. Play their cards right, and a couple billion would be theirs. And so one day during the transition period, Rob, Doug, Nick, and Toohey met with Jim Flaherty to ask for around $4.2 billion for his subway project. This should be a slam dunk. Except to the horror of everyone else in the room, Rob opens by saying they need money to resod the football field for the team he coaches. The room is agape. He did not ask about his subway. He did not ask for any of the other 100 things Toronto might need money for. He was asking for AstroTurf and a scoreboard for his football team. After being ungracefully steered back on topic, they all left the meeting with at least some promise of federal funds. But as the project evolved over the next 2 years, it was clear that the funding gap was still nowhere close to being filled. Even under Rob's version of the plan, Eglinton was never actually a subway. It was still an LRT, but now one that cost twice as much because he wanted to put 12 more stations underground. As long as it was underground, in Rob's mind, that was a subway. And it's here where Karen Stintz begins to break with him. He put her in charge of the transit file, but has made her job a huge pain from day one. The Eglinton route in particular was a big deal for her because it ran right through her ward, and yet she was never able to have a single one-on-one meeting with the mayor about transit. Either his staff was there, or it was the brothers together, and she was taken completely by surprise when he cancelled Transit City on day one, without consulting with her or with council. Council had voted on and approved parts of Transit City over the course of 2 years, and he's gone and blown it all up in one day. Staff at the TTC don't like the subway plan, and Stintz had major doubts they could afford putting so much of it underground, especially since Rob would never approve any new taxes or fare hikes to pay for it. His insistence on private sector funding had never materialized into anything substantial. Stintz believes the subway plan is doomed, and she'll be the one who has to take the fall for it. When she voiced her objections, Rob and Doug openly discussed firing her, but were convinced not to because of the optics. At one point, she even offered to resign, which Rob refused. With their working relationship basically in tatters, she pulls the only move she has left and calls for a special session of council, something she can only do by getting enough signatures from other councillors. It is in practice a mutiny.
And it could be one of the biggest votes that we do in this chamber. And I think that's why 24 people said that they needed a special meeting to deal with this matter. And to the mayor's point, we're not building subways. An underground LRT is not a subway.
They do not want another St. Clair disaster, folks.
We cancel Transit City, we bite the bullet on 60, 70, 80, $100 million. We burn that money, it's gone. So now what we're being asked to do is, well, let's dither another month.
This, in fact, is not a new plan. This is an old plan. This is resurrecting Transit City.
I was asked a
And
question.
forget the subway, underground. We're talking underground. I don't care what you put underground, but it's underground. You can call whatever you want it.
I need to stress, I don't want to repeat, but I need to stress, this is not a Stintz plan. It's a council plan.
Because what you're doing is reinstating Transit City. And Councillor Stintz should be ashamed of herself.
Oh, shame. Give me your crumbs. That's really what you're giving us in the suburbs. I hope you support my particular motion.
Show me your magic beans to make it happen.
Data.
And then I'll support your motion.
That was called an election, folks. And he had a clear mandate to move forward with subways, not streetcars.
That's just not going to happen. Someone else isn't going to come and pay for that. We found out that was a story of fiction. That was a fairy tale.
Karen Stintz and the rest of council asked Gary Webster,
which he preferred, subways or LRT.
If you ask anybody, do you prefer a subway over any other form of transit, including me, I'd say I'd rather have a subway.
Me
but
too.
You're spending money on an asset that's not required when a lower order of rapid transit will meet the demand.
Does Shepherd, for example, meet those tests for a full subway?
No, it does not.
What about Eglinton, east of Brentcliffe? Do they meet your tests for a full subway?
No, it does not.
Does it meet your tests to bury the LRT and spend up to $2 billion to do so?
No, it doesn't.
And so on February 8th, 2012, Council defied Rob Ford and voted 25 to 18 to resurrect Transit City and its LRTs. Rob's Shepherd subway plan wasn't cancelled, but it would be kicked down the road a month from now and receive its own vote. Later that day, after losing such a key vote, Rob apparently went on a midnight ride on the TTC out to Scarborough. He struck up chats with random residents and complained about what a mess City Hall was. 2 weeks later, Rob used his loyalists on the TTC committee to fire Gary Webster. And so council struck back, voting to reconstitute the TTC commission without Rob's loyalists, putting Stints in charge. He'd been bested again. The next vote on March 21st was the real test. If Rob wanted his subway, he was going to actually have to make a compromise. Enact a tax, keep his subway. And as far as taxes went, it wasn't particularly offensive. Commercial parking lots would pay an additional levy, slightly increasing the cost to rent a space. Supposedly, the night before the vote, the mayor's staff counted 26 votes. pass the levy and save the subway. It would pass. But just hours before it was about to go to the floor, Rob told Toohey he and Doug wouldn't vote for it. Rob had gotten cold feet. The night shift had convinced him that voting for a tax would sink his re-election chances in 2014. Even though he wasn't going to vote for this doomed initiative, he still wanted the rest of Team Blue to vote for it. This was disastrous for morale, and after the vote, several outraged councillors came to his office to yell at him. Losing the budget amendment had stung his pride, but the subway had been his vision. Most of his campaign had been built around cuts, eliminating taxes, eliminating waste. His subway had been the one thing he promised to build, the thing that would last even after he was gone. And now, he'd lost it. In the days that followed, his coalition fell apart completely. He and Doug openly called Stintz a backstabber.
Can you tell me exactly what part of the report you favored?
Obviously, you and I totally disagree on transit in this city. You told me right to my face that if you give me the chair...
Okay, Mayor, can you answer?
I'm answering the question, how this report started. You obviously, you didn't obviously tell me the truth.
Did you submit?
That's okay.
As the Toronto Star noted, if a Prime Minister had lost such a key vote in the House of Commons, it likely would have triggered an election. But in the municipal system, it just meant that Rob had been rendered a lame duck. In July 2012, Rob's second Chief of Staff, Amir Ramtullah, left to pursue a different job in the private sector. He was Rob's longest-serving Chief of Staff at 18 months, and from most accounts, he was a competent, moderate voice. Unlike those who came before and after him, Ramtullah has basically said nothing publicly about his time in the mayor's office, good or bad, preferring to keep his lips sealed. It's notable that when he announced he was leaving for a new job, many city councillors expressed how sad they were. They had nothing but good things to say, noting that he was polite and responded to emails at all hours. For some, Ramtullah was their only solid liaison with the mayor's office. With Mark Toohey at the helm, things were going to change for the worse. He would rather see the mayor's motion defeated than see it watered down through compromise. Quote, he's a former officer of Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. He had that approach. He was very definite in what he wanted to do, very precise. This is so obviously the right thing to do, you should be doing it. Their message to councillors was, you're either with us or against us. They were flexing their muscles. It wasn't just the key issues. It was every single small vote, and sometimes even just petty historical fights. Take, for example, the issue of traffic lights. The councillor will say, hey, I want a new traffic light for my ward. There is almost never any debate, and most councillors just vote them through so they can focus on bigger things. But Rob, for some reason, placed a hold on a traffic light in Anna Bailau's ward, one of the key swing votes he needs. And later, he tried to push for it to be cancelled entirely, ultimately losing that vote 9-25, or the time he placed a hold on a revitalization project in Josh Cole's ward. When the matter eventually got voted on by council, Rob lost it 38-1. When he spoke about the mushy middle, he used classic Rob Ford hyperbole. Quote, these people are all 2 steps to the left of Joe Stalin. And one by one, they defected to Team Red. As Team Blue lost more and more members, the tactics became more desperate. Some of the less committed of Team Blue weren't prone to sticking around if a council session ran late. Rob's staff parked themselves at the exit doors to keep councillors from leaving and stalked the halls to find anyone who had left. Earl Provo used to stand directly behind councillors in the council chambers until they complained about it. Quote, it was trench warfare for the first year and a half. They would just use every leverage point possible. For Cole, this meant going against his father, a Liberal MPP who was up for re-election soon. The Fords tried to mobilize Ford Nation to make him lose, although it was unsuccessful. The hills he chose to die on became pettier, even bordering on nonsensical. Across his term as mayor, Rob Ford will be the lone vote in over 180 motions. He was the only vote to say that guard dogs should not be treated more humanely. He was also the only vote to come out as pro-Asian carp, an invasive species in Lake Ontario. Perhaps the most egregious was when the province of Ontario was giving the city $100,000 for an awareness campaign to stop the transmission of HIV and syphilis. It was a gift. The city wouldn't have to pay a cent. And of the 45-member council, Rob was the only no vote. He had lost his mandate. Despite threatening to unleash Ford Nation upon the provincial Liberals, they swept the Toronto seats in the 2011 election. Even Etobicoke went red. Rob limped his way through most of 2012 and into early 2013. By mid-May, the most pressing matter at City Hall was a plan to bring a new casino to the city, which had just fallen through. By Friday, not a single person will be talking about a casino. On May 16th, the internet tabloid site Gawker was running a story, which included a photograph. In the photo was a man that had just recently been killed in a shooting. Another had been wounded in a different shooting. And in between them was the mayor of Canada's largest city. The photo on its own would have been a scandal in its own right, but it was the article's headline that plunged Toronto into chaos. It read as follows: "For sale, a video of Toronto Mayor Rob Ford smoking crack cocaine."
Interesting. Not as sober as I thought.
Did Fillion graduate? Guys, she did not graduate. Fillion is not gonna fucking leave just like that, guys. I literally know Fillion's plans. Years from now. Like, she has told me everything she wants to do. She is not quitting VTubing. We're like way too soon. Did Fillion graduate? Guys, she did not graduate.
Other gacha games need to take notes because NTE's first banner character has not one, not two, not three, but 4 alternate outfits at the time of her release. Nanali's base design is already quite good in its own right though. You can tell she's a tiger by the ears and tail, but the details woven into the rest of her outfit leans into it even further, creating a rather cohesive design. Then she has a pajama outfit, a fighter outfit, her school uniform, and loungewear as options for customization. And they didn't cut corners either, since each one actually has a completely unique hairstyle, even though games often do get away with not changing them. And this one even replaces her tail, despite being her one outfit which can be purchased with the game's most basic currency. Still though, you can tell they're all meant to be the same character, so the designers did a good job of not going overboard. Nanali is NTE's.
Did you know the Abyss Mage has a special gliding animation? Wait, how does an Abyss Mage glide? Oh, the costume. A special gliding animation, but they didn't give one to Urine, really? Oh, there it is, right there. Dude, they even do the little Abyss Mage dance. The gang gang woo! You hate the skin. Dude, I love it. I don't even use the mannequin much, but we gotta do it for science. Oh my god. I'm an Abyss Mage, chat. 3, 2, 1. It has no wings! You fly like freaking Elsa. She's propelling herself with cryo. What? They could do this for this skin, but not Durin. Iron Man as gliding. Try the male one. Oh yeah. Does the male one have fire? It's only $4.80 more. It's half the price. Alright, this better be worth it. I haven't unlocked him yet. Right, I never even set him up before. It's the same! Makes no fucking sense. Is that a D-Look mod? Ah, yes, this is a D-Look mod. Did you know the Abyss Mage has a special...
For one hypothetical Steamboat Springs, Colorado resident, today is a very exciting day. After a decade of steady career advancement and saving, after years of driving a used car acquired after college, and after months of research, this Northern Coloradan is set to buy their first new car. A car that's upscale, capable in the mountains, and has the capacity to carry friends to a hiking trailhead or possibly haul a budding family in the coming years. They've settled on an Audi Q3. But now comes the hard part, or more specifically, the overly complicated, often misleading, always expensive part: actually buying the car from a dealership. First, there's the matter of finding an authorized dealership. Colorado as a state only has 7 Audi dealerships, and the western side, dotted with wealthy mountain towns and anchored by a population center of over 150,000, is served by just one, Audi Glenwood Springs. It's the closest option, and it happens to have a couple of Q3s on the lot according to its website, so our buyer opts for here. They've secured a ride down to the dealership more than 2 hours away, they've read up on how to navigate their interactions with the sales team and financing manager, and they've drawn up the number they're willing to pay. But there's also what they haven't considered. There's the fact that not only are they opting to likely buy from this dealership, but that they're also entering into a de facto long-term customer relationship with them. That they're likely to get their car serviced here for the next 10 years, that the salesperson is likely to send them a holiday card and ask about future upgrades or more purchases for the family. The buyer's car business for the life of the car is likely going to be tethered to this dealership, and our buyer doesn't actually even know who owns the dealership. Audi Glenwood Springs, for its part, really looks like it'd be owned by Audi, as its interior, exterior, even its website all communicate the same upscale minimalism of the car company. But this dealership isn't owned by Audi because in Colorado and in the other 49 US states, that much is illegal. Rather, this dealership is owned and operated by Sonic Automotive, the same company that owns the Land Rover and Volkswagen dealerships in town. Sonic isn't local though. It's a growing car dealership operator headquartered in North Carolina that has become a Fortune 500 company without ever actually manufacturing a single vehicle. This much would be news to our buyer. Because of some antiquated laws, nearly every new car purchase in the US is made through a franchised middleman like Sonic Automotive. In a country where car ownership is so universal, this puts every car buyer in a seriously compromised position without them really knowing it. Globally, this is fairly unique. While car sales in North America go almost exclusively through dealerships, in China, if a buyer wants to buy a BYD, they just go to BYD's website. In Japan, while dealerships do exist, car companies are allowed to sell directly to consumers. In the UK, in Germany, in much of the EU, you can work with car manufacturers to get the exact color, trim, and specifications you're looking for, rather than having your choice limited to what's left on the lot of a franchise seller. In the rest of the world, you have the choice of going through a dealership or the manufacturer. In the US, you don't. Now, at one point, from the perspective of car buyers and small business owners, there was some good logic for dealerships to be protected under state law. At the beginning of the automotive age, figuring out how to mass-produce automotives while at the same time selling the public on their necessity was a major hurdle. Factory production, no matter how efficient, doesn't matter if people wouldn't buy the cars. Ford Motors turned to the franchise dealership model to keep sales humming. This allowed the company to stay focused on its core competency, manufacturing, while allowing entrepreneurial local business people who knew the wants and needs of their towns best to keep the product turning over. Through the early 1900s, this model worked. Americans adopted the automobile as a necessity, small local dealerships nationwide thrived, and Detroit's Big Three became the center of the automotive manufacturing world. But as the Big Three crystallized an effective oligopoly over domestic car manufacturing, they began to leverage their largesse against the local mom-and-pop dealerships. If you were to walk into a Ford dealership in the 1920s, for example, you'd find a copy of Henry Ford's anti-Semitic propaganda, the Dearborn Independent, somewhere in the lobby, not because the dealership's owner was an anti-Semite, but because Ford mandated it. In times of financial difficulty, Ford would keep factory production high and flood dealerships with cars they couldn't hope to sell. And should a dealership get sideways with the manufacturer, the car company would either freeze them out, open up a direct competitor, or license a rival to begin selling their vehicles across town. Manufacturers, with little in the way of competition, bullied the dealerships. But by mid-century, dealerships and their friends in elected positions had conceived of a way to get back. Laws that mandated and protected their existence. Even today, car dealerships tend to be heavily ingrained in their communities. In Glenwood Springs, for example, the Ford dealership sponsors high school golf tournaments and the Toyota dealership sponsors the football games. At mid-century, this influence and visibility of the local dealership was at an absolute peak. The interstate system, the drive-through and drive-in, the post-war consumer boom, all made for record auto production and sales in the 1950s, and at the center of it was the town's local car dealerships. Dealerships were pillars of the community, their owners were local celebrities, and the sales tax they brought in was critical for state and local governments. They had sway, and as the big three manufacturers toyed with them, they responded by using their local importance to lobby for some protections. Soon, all 50 states had some form of legal bans on manufacturers selling their own cars in states with already established franchise dealerships. Now Ford couldn't simply open up their own showroom down the block to put a company that sold Fords for decades out of business. In each state, the exact rules vary. Certain states have added further protections. In Colorado, for years this law was pretty cut and dry. No manufacturer shall own, operate, or control any motor vehicle dealer or used motor vehicle dealer in Colorado. And while these mid-century laws remain, the car landscape has flipped on its head. The arrival of foreign-made cars has undercut the Big Three's oligopoly, while consolidation is eating up the dealerships. Along with Sonic, all of these car dealerships are Fortune 500 companies too, meaning there are more massive car dealership companies than car manufacturing companies. Aided by legal protections from a bygone era, and dealing with less and less competition just means more leverage for the middleman dealership, and they use it. While our buyer is prepared, once they've stepped on the lot of Audi Glenwood Springs, they're now navigating a pretty hostile environment from the perspective of the customer's wallet. First, it's confusing. Cars are inherently complicated, so our buyer is at a knowledge disadvantage. Next, our buyer has to navigate a host of separate motives. Because while the manufacturer just wants the sale near MSRP, the dealership's in the business of a resale, and for that to be profitable, they need to do some upselling, upgrading, or favorable financing. But even before these conversations begin with the salesperson, our buyer is already losing just on baseline MSRP. They've decided going in that they want to get this Q3 at sticker price. Well, at $48,170, that's already more than $4,400 more than the reported invoice cost, or what the manufacturer sold it to the dealership for. This number includes a destination fee that the seller isn't likely to haggle over, so while you can't custom order this car from the manufacturer to ensure you have the exact color or trim you want, you are still paying for the shipping and handling of a car you didn't really get to choose. Our buyer is happy with white though, and willing to stomach MSRP. Now there's the dealer handling fees for another $500, which in the business is usually just understood as payment for all the paperwork that the customer is expected to just accept as part of purchase. But at least according to Mountain Sales Toyota, a dealership also owned by Sonic, but one that proudly waives all dealer fees, these are nothing more than additional profit generators for the dealership. After a positive test drive, our buyer has agreed with the salesperson that they're willing to pay sticker price so long as the dealership fee is waived. They feel pretty good about themselves, but so too does the dealership. To this point of the transaction, the dealership has come out positive on what they call the front-end gross, turning a profit over what they paid for the car from the manufacturer. When sales are good, a dealership hopes to turn 3 to 10% profit on front-end gross, but in bad times they're okay with selling in the red here. And that's because of the back-end earnings. Now our buyer is pretty content with themselves as they move from the desk of the salesperson to the desk of the finance and insurance manager. This person, given their title, seems like a paperwork person, and that much is intentional, but they are absolutely another salesperson. Here's a job listing for an F&I manager for Sonic Automotive at Audi Central Houston. It requires a lot of experience, it provides good benefits, and it's a job that comes with training and even program schools. It's a job that nets from $100,000 to $500,000, and it's the core of the dealership's business because it's a major profit source. As the listing describes, the job is to sell, to upsell, to add on, to squeeze every last dollar out of a deal that's on the finish line. They'll do this through financing, working the buyer to as high of an interest rate as they can stomach. They'll push the add-ons like extended warranties, gap insurance, winterization, paint, wheel, and glass insurance. All are services that could be helpful, but all are also massively overpriced within this office. With the buyer disarmed, with their most experienced, highest compensated salesperson on the job, it's through back-end gross where car dealerships make their real money. In 2025, Sonic Automotive announced that their F&I earnings hit record numbers, netting gross profits of over $2,500 per unit sold. That's an incredible amount of profit generated by a part of the car buying interaction that's supposed to feel like just tying up loose ends and getting you out the door. Our buyer is now finally out of the door, but with a car that cost $44,000 from Audi to the dealership, but closer to $56,000 before taxes for our buyer, a 25% markup. And should they choose to service the vehicle through the dealership for the next 10 years, they'll come to expect a similar strategy on upselling services every single time they bring in the vehicle. Now, it'd be wrong to identify dealerships as strictly a shady, parasitic institution. They provide a real and valuable service to manufacturers in pushing their vehicles. They provide a service to buyers through location convenience and actually getting people in these cars and educating them on the vehicle. Their lack of competition and strong legal protections have given them far too much leeway, though. It's hard to attack this imbalance of power.
My knowledge is transforming into intuition. I believe in this world as I do in a daisy.
Head on, as the National Automotive Dealers Association is a well-established lobby with deep pockets, and states themselves benefit from the jobs and sales taxes that come with dealerships. Consumers are unmotivated to rally opposition to this system because it's not one they deal with on the day-to-day. So it's largely up to the manufacturers to try to check this power. In 2021, a frustrated Ford CEO, Jim Farley, threatened to cut vehicle allocation to certain dealerships because the company had grown so frustrated over dealership markups. But then there's what Tesla did. Today, Tesla has more than 320 showrooms, service centers, and mall pop-ups spread across the US, all of which staffed by Tesla employees and owned by Tesla. This makes the company far and away the largest automotive manufacturer in the States to run a direct-to-consumer sales model. But they've had to fight tooth and nail to establish this network, and still, in many US states, it's illegal to buy a Tesla from Tesla within state borders. Perhaps as bold as the concept of fully automated driving was Tesla's push to sell its cars directly to consumers in the 2010s. Because the product was so unique in the automotive space, because the company is tasked with more education about their product, and because EVs just don't fit the standard car dealership model very cleanly, given how different they are from any other product and how dissimilar their maintenance requirements can be, Tesla has always viewed dealerships as a hurdle to their success. So they challenged franchise dealership laws at the state level. In many states, Tesla could argue that it was not actually competing against any franchise locations because Tesla had never actually established Tesla franchises at any point to begin with. In the 2010s, Tesla faced little opposition as it spread across California, but in other states, the battle took longer. In Colorado, for instance, the law broadly banned manufacturers from selling cars, but if the manufacturer had no franchises already running, then it could run direct-to-consumer sales so long as it only ran one location. That meant this single spot held down all the state's Tesla sales for a decade. In Texas, Tesla could open showrooms, but not actually make sales within the state. So someone could come into the showroom, learn all about the EV, then figure out an out-of-state purchase option. In Connecticut, Tesla could lease but not sell. In New Mexico, Tesla couldn't sell. But in both states, Tesla found loopholes by working with Native American reservations. After nearly 2 decades of fighting in court and lobbying battles going both directions, the map looked like this. Tesla can sell direct-to-consumer in all these states, but not in these. But the growing popularity of EVs and the arrival of companies like Rivian and soon Scout are pushing the boundaries of these franchise laws even further. Colorado now has 6 separate Tesla dealerships because, under increasing pressure from the anticipated arrival of Rivian, the state revised, adding this clause, that so long as the company is producing EVs and not competing with any of its own franchise dealerships, it's clear to sell direct-to-consumer from as many locations as it pleases. But dealerships aren't going quietly into the night. Even in Colorado, where franchise laws are seemingly getting undercut one way or another every few years, Sonic Automotive in 2026 sued the state after its issuance of a dealership license over to Scout Motors in 2025. Sonic is arguing that Scout doesn't plan to produce strictly EVs, but also plug-in hybrids, as their vehicles have the option for a small gas-powered generator to extend range in a pinch. The company also argues that Scout's backing by Volkswagen means the company is in fact competing with an already established dealership network within the state. While it remains to be seen where this court case goes, it makes it abundantly clear that franchise dealers aim to continue to fight. Inertia is perhaps the industry's best line of defense, though. While these laws were designed to protect small business and create competition, the competition, from the perspective of the consumer, is the worst sort of competition. where the choice is pared down to a gut feel on which option is going to rip you off the least, or which you have the most bargaining leverage over. It's bad for both the consumer and the manufacturer when poll data shows that more than 70% of respondents don't trust dealers to be honest about pricing, and more than 80% suspect hidden fees and don't trust the transparency of dealerships across the board. Protectionism has created an environment that promotes maximally squeezing the consumer and presents as the least bad option. This is so backwards to the economic ideals of the US and its freedom of choice, pro-competition, pro-consumer stances that the Federal Trade Commission has gone so far as to state its stance on the matter and side with the adoption of direct-to-consumer sales. For now, the third-party dealership is the status quo. It's something that a consumer begrudgingly accepts as something they hope to deal with once every few years. But as EVs continue to grow in popularity, and as awareness of their alternative model of sales and servicing spread, a reckoning over outdated state protections of third-party dealerships becomes more and more probable as the legacy manufacturers begin to lose out to a cheaper, more transparent, and more approachable alternative. Of course, it's easy to forget this much in a car brain culture like that of the US, but there is another alternative that's often far more efficient, far cheaper, and far more interesting. And that's public transportation. And look no further than Jason from Not Just Bike's Nebula series Day Pass for proof that places where you don't need to
Lolo.
Hi, thank you for coming to this meeting. I have a Patreon, and I mention that because some of the tiers suggest topics and some of the tiers vote on topics, and I worry that some of the voters, high voters, thought that they were voting for the topic Genesis mission with reference to Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan.
I shall leave you.
And I'm so sorry, but in November of 2025, Donald Trump, President of the United States, signed an executive order launching something called the Genesis mission. So that's this.
In every age, humanity invents new ways to see further. The telescope let us glimpse the stars. The microscope revealed the worlds within us. For centuries, thinkers like Leibniz, Shannon, and Turing dreamed of making all knowledge computable. But today, knowledge grows faster than our ability to understand it. Trillions of data points, a universe of information.
So I struggle when talking about AI to just not repeat this whole hour-long video, so we're gonna try to speed run it, okay? Scientists use novel and interesting machine learning tools. I realize I have lost this battle forever, but these machine learning tools are not artificial intelligence, and yet we're all just deciding to call it artificial intelligence. Does AI exist? No. But like, fuck me, right? Anytime you have a whole bunch of data, it makes sense to develop some sort of computer algorithm to sort through that data, reduce that data, maybe apply like analysis tools to that data, because you can't look at all of it. There's too much data. This style of data reduction, of data analysis, has been going on for like 2 or 3 decades, but it's really accelerated in recent years. A classic example is astronomy. You have your telescope, you point it at like, I don't know, 500,000 galaxies. You cannot physically with your eyes catalog and analyze 500,000 images, and they're not just images, they're usually like data cubes. So you'll have like a photo in whatever wavelength you're looking at, X-ray, radio, whatever. You would have maybe spectra information, you would maybe have velocity information, and you just can't. That's too much data. You take a small subset of the data and you analyze it the classical way, and then you train an algorithm on that small subset, and then you expand, you close the model once you have it trained the way you want it, and you just throw it at the big giant hunk of data, and like, it works beautifully.
AI tools, that's what we're calling them, I guess, are really novel and interesting and useful in science. But when you hear scientists use AI, it's not AI, but also I would hate for you to associate that with an LLM, which is also a machine learning tool, but like scientists are not shoving their data into Chat GPT and being like, analyze this data. I mean, some of them are. That's pretty fucking embarrassing. Anyway, I do have this worry. I have this worry that someone hears scientists use AI tools all the time and they're great. And they interpret that as like, oh, if I want to be a scientist, I should invest in using an LLM and learning how to be a prompt engineer. No, please don't. Stop using those. Those are algorithms that are trained to just keep your eyeballs on and also flatter your every move and then kind of tell you to kill yourself and others. Like, that's what they're good at. You don't need to do that.
Okay, I guess I did everything I needed to do today. How much? 16 hours? Fuck me. Alright, that's going to be it for this stream. Good luck, fun, thanks for watching, I'll see you next time.